Yeah. I don't like that, but. All right, if everybody'd have a seat, and we'll call this meeting to order. Thank you all for being here today. We'll try to move this along and get out of here scheduled at 12:30 today. So keep your comments, get them all in, but get them in as quick as you can. And I think I'll start off. I sort of have the prerogative on roll call, and I think I'll go ahead and do that just so we kind of have a head count here. So Anna or Eve, if you want to take a roll.
Senator Crago.
Here.
Senator Love.
Here.
Senator McEwen.
Excused.
Senator Pearson.
Here.
Representative Banks.
Here.
Representative Davis.
Here.
Representative Eklund.
Excused.
Representative Ottman.
Here.
Representative Provenza.
Here.
Representative Schmidt.
Here.
Representative Strzok.
Here.
Co-Chairman Winter.
Here.
Chairman Ide.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Did you forget somebody again?
Representative Johnson, I am so sorry.
That's twice on Representative Johnson. Could you give us that count?
"12 are present and 2 are absent."
Okay. Okay, we'll get started here. First item on our agenda this morning is 26 LSO 176 landowner hunting licenses limitations. Anna, if you want to go ahead and brief us on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This bill draft is entitled 26 LSO 176 landowner hunting licenses limitation. So beginning on page 2, Wyoming Statute 23-1302H is amended to allow the Game and Fish Commission to limit the number of landowner hunting licenses issued in any limited quota hunt area. The staff comment on page 2 indicates that the Joint Travel Committee is also considering an identical bill draft in their meetings next week. Section 2 on the bottom of page 2 provides an effective date, and that is everything the bill does, and I would take any questions.
Any questions, committee? Okay, thank you, Anna. Public comments. Anybody in the audience that want to chime in on this bill? Come on up if you're ready. Go ahead and take a seat. Everybody that wants to join in. Whoever wants to go first, go ahead and state your name and your organization.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Angie Bruce, the Director of the Wyoming Game and Fish. Good to be with you guys this morning. With me today is the Chief of Wildlife, Dan Smith. We have testified in front of you regarding this topic twice now, so I'll keep it extremely brief. And I just want to reiterate a little bit of where this idea of this bill came from. In November of 2022, we created a wildlife task force that spent 18 months talking about this subject and came out with a recommendation that the commission should consider a landowner cap on landowner license. From there, the commission took this up at 8 different commission meetings, one of those being a workshop since 2023. So they've definitely spent a lot of time on this and got a lot of public input. They considered looking at a landowner license cap. However, they did not have statutory authority to do that. So this bill would allow them, if they chose to go in that direction, to do just that. So with that, we'll just stand for any questions.
Questions, committee? No questions. Go ahead. And if you have something to add to that, go ahead and introduce yourself. And
Mr. Chairman, good morning. My name is Dan Smith. I'm the Wildlife Division Chief for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, and was here to answer questions if they came up. So nothing more to add.
okay. Questions? Senator Love.
Chairman, through you, thank you very much for being here today. Just a couple quick questions. Do we have an idea, since you've helped bring this about, do we have an idea what those rules might look like and what limitations we're thinking about placing on the issuance of landowner tags?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, that is a very good question. And I will also defer to Commissioner Masterson, who will speak during public comment, one of our commission. He might give you some perspective of what they've talked about. But over the years, there's only been 8 times when the landowner tags have been issued to all those, have taken up all the tags available. So from my perspective is they would use this very limiting in just some circumstances around the state when they need to. We saw the bad winter of 2022, 23, where we issued a lot less big game tags in the state. And therefore, there's a lot less available for the public to have. That might be a circumstance where they put in a temporary cap. So from my perspective and from the conversation the commission has had so far, they would be looking at it very limited ability to use this. The commission also goes through a very robust public comment process whenever they do set any regulations. So they would be wanting to seek public comment and see what the public wanted them to do as well.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understood you correctly, Director, this would be for emergency, say, management tool? What other tools do you have that could address the same thing?
Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative. The primary tool we have to deal with any sort of emergency or loss in big game populations is really with the number of license we issue. So the number of hunting tags we issue is our primary tool. Where this may come into play is when there's less license available, there's less to go around. And if the landowner interest remains the same, therefore they would be getting a higher percentage when there's less tags around. So this is one tool that could come into play in order to have license available for the general public to try and apply for. But we would have other management tools in the toolbox to deal with population declines.
Follow up?
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understood you correctly, then during emergency times where this may come into play, the landowners would be shorted on tags, but how would you go about choosing who's the winner and who's the loser? I guess that's the word.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, very good way of putting it, Representative, because when there's a limited commodity of anything, there's a winner and a loser. And so where the commission has talked so far is a percentage. Rather than 100 tags is easy to think about. So we have 100 tags, and if landowners in a specific area were normally getting half of them, that would be 50. If we lowered those tags that year down to 50, then the landowners would then get all of them. With a cap or a limitation, you look at it as a percentage. So if the landowners, if people felt it was appropriate for landowners to get 50%, that would change depending on the number total available. So a percentage wise rather than a number.
Other questions? I've got one online. Representative Schmidt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director and Chief, for being here today. Kind of along the same lines as Representative Davis, if you've got more landowners that are eligible for the available landowner tags, how do you choose which landowners receive those tags?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schmidt, That's a great question, and I think maybe Mr. Representative Davis is also looking for the same thing. And so it would not put you into a draw with the public, but it would be a separate draw for landowners then. So if there was 50 licenses available, like the director suggested, and there was 55 landowners, then just those 55 would be put into a draw together, just the landowners, and they would draw, but they still would not compete with the general public.
Does that answer your question?
It does,
Follow-up?
but I do have a follow-up.
Go ahead, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, understood. The follow-up question is so would you put the landowners like on a rotational basis then in the drawing? So the same landowners don't get lucky in the draw 2, 3, 4 years in a row? I mean, if they draw this year, are they out next year? So it kind of brings the ones that missed the first year up with more of a chance to draw.
Want to respond?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schmidt, I would not speak for the commission on how they would set that up, but that is a possibility that they could do it in a rotating manner, or they could set it up as just random each year. But I would leave that to the commission's discretion. I wouldn't want to speak for how they would set it up.
All right, thank you, Chief. No more questions.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you. One question, I guess, in the rulemaking process, we're not looking at changing the size of land requirement to receive tags then. We're going to continue with the current regulation moving forward, and that wouldn't be reduced by rule. And so just trying to make sure I'm clear that we're not changing things on the landowners, so.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator, the commission did take that up recently, and you might have heard about that. We talked about that quite a bit at the last few meetings. At their July meeting is when they were hearing from the public to see if they made any decision in pursuing that, and they decided not to. They had looked at that, though. Currently, it's 160 acres is one of the eligibility requirements, and they were considering 640. So they put that out for public comment. They got lots of public comments, and they decided to take no action or no change.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here. You and I have had several discussions on this and meetings on this. I'm just wondering, so you currently have the ability in an emergency situation to cap tags anyway across the board. I mean, is that not true that you have that ability already to cap landowners, to cap hunters? I guess that would be my main question, and you already answered that question for me, but I am throwing it out there to the public, so thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson. So the commission has the authority to adjust license numbers in an emergency. So after the bad winter that we discussed earlier, the number of licenses came down. What we don't have the ability to influence is the number of landowners that apply. So for example, if you had 100 licenses in an area and there was 20 landowners applying, so there'd be 100 total licenses, 20 of those would automatically go to landowners. After a bad winter, say a really bad winter, we took that total number down to just 20 total licenses because we wanted to adjust for the bad winter. All 20 of those licenses would still go to those 20 landowners, and the general public would not get any in that year. And so we do have the ability to change the total number as it applies to both landowners and the public. We do not have the ability to say that landowners only get a certain percentage of that total, or that the public gets a certain percentage of that total. Does that answer your
Follow
question?
up, Senator?
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've also had this discussion with you, or at least this summer I did. Like, I'm not fully in support of this only because, or I might go that way if we could set a percentage. You know, if we could say that only this percentage of landowner tags will be affected, if that makes sense. So only maybe 20% of the landowner tags, or, and then also, obviously in my amendment, which we'll talk about later, like, I don't think that we should be penalizing our our larger landowners that are providing a majority of the forage for these animals. And so, anyway, those are just thoughts, but I'm wondering what you think about being able to set a percentage and not giving complete control to the Game and Fish to do that. Thank you.
Answer that question?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson. So I think I followed your question. I'm going to try to answer it, and if I don't, please help me out. Right now, there's not a separate pool for like landowner licenses and public licenses. It's all one pool of licenses. And so what I would foresee the commission doing is saying that out of this pool of licenses, we would cap it that only 30%, 50%, some percentage would be capped, that if it exceeded that percentage, then no more would go to landowners out of that pool of licenses. Is that what you were getting at? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I could step in and
Yes, go
try.
ahead.
Senator, I think where you're getting at is how the bill is currently written. It gives the full ability for commission to set whatever that percentage might be. And you would like maybe to define that scope a little bit more. So maybe saying that the commission has the authority to set a cap, but not less than 20% or 40% of the license. So to maybe, if I can speak for you, please correct me, to guard against the commission with the public input saying things like only 10% go to landowners. Like, you want to set what that is to give it a little bit more definition. Would that be fair to say?
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes.
Other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you. Oh, hold on, one more. Senator Love.
Chairman, through you. So as it pertains to limiting licenses for landowners, when we think about the crop damage or the loss of hay in the wintertime, because we all know the migratory patterns of our wildlife in Wyoming are big. Some landowners may have very few in the summertime. They're able to produce really well. In the wintertime, they have the majority of the herd sitting on there trying to eat their haystacks. And so if we start limiting and denying those landowners the opportunity to harvest animals, how does that impact any damage that is that a thought process in this rulemaking?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, so the damage regulation is totally separate, and so it would not have an impact on them to be able to qualify for damages. Currently, a landowner license is allowed to hunt anywhere in their hunt area. And the reason for that is exactly what you said. They may have animals on them all summer when it's not hunting season, but then in the fall, when it's hunting season, there's not animals on their property. So the commission has extended that ability to take your landowner license and hunt anywhere within your hunt area. And so we try to expand it that way, but as far as damages, if they qualify for damage based on animals being on them and doing damage, then they would still qualify for that regardless of the landowner license. And then we also have some other tools that we put into place. If somebody has animals sitting on them all winter when we don't have a hunting season, we have some other tools that we can put in place where we have called an auxiliary management hunt, where we can put hunters on them that landowners can help select hunters and put on there to try to address that damage.
Very good, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Love. Anyone else? Thank you, Director and Chief. Stick around, we might need you. Any other public comment? Okay, got one coming up here. A couple more. Go ahead and state your name and if you're with the organization.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Karen Clark. I am with the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. And here specifically on the bill, we just want to state we appreciate the fact that it says the commission may promulgate rules. We recognize the importance of what's just been talked about here and looking at the percentage, on the issues of caps to balance landowner and public licenses. We really would urge that deliberate approach that looks at that data considered before finalizing any cap and really encourage that. The things that we've heard about the concern in certain concentration areas and licenses going to landowners really could be addressed by looking at that percentage of the total quota in a given area that could be landowner licenses. So again, we'll have more testimony on the next bill, but really appreciate the opportunity to talk on this bill and that it talks about may develop that cap. Or may develop those, excuse me, I reread that wrong, may promulgate rules. We really feel like this is a topic that should be in the rulemaking process with the Game and Fish Commission. Thank you,
you.
Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Ms. Clark? Go ahead, whoever's next, state your name and who you're with.
Mr. Chair, I'm Landon Peterson, representing myself as a rancher from Cokeville. For me, this bill means a lot because I think it's important to recognize the challenge the ranchers deal with yearly. And not all, as we were just talking here a minute ago, the damages that are paid oftentimes can be somewhat insulting, if you would like, and are very challenging to get, and can be somewhat subjective depending upon your relationship with your game warden local. And so I think it's important to recognize that the ranchers do deal with a lot of damages that maybe aren't always compensated for. And so I think, as Senator Pearson has mentioned, there needs to be some kind of protective order for the landowner, which is why the tags are issued in the first place, so that they can't be completely cut out of the pie if the Game and Fish Commission decides to cut the tags substantially. So I think the percentage needs to be very much considered on part of the rancher, because they are sustaining those animals typically through some of those tough winters. I myself volunteered to feed the elk during the winter of 22-23 because I couldn't keep them away from my cows. And so it was something that I did out of my own pocket just to keep them from bringing brucellosis into my herd.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Committee. Just, I've got one quick one just to clarify what you're saying. So you like the way this bill is drafted, but you think it should have some percentage limitations in there. If I'm not saying that right, go ahead and explain that.
Mr. Chair, please excuse my naivety here. I'm new to doing this, so, but yes, you are correct. I do believe there needs to be some kind of a, something in the bill to help protect the landowner. And it needs to, I think, be a higher percentage, maybe in the 20, 30, 40% range. Just because I would not like to see the landowner be completely cut out of the pie. Which in sometimes I feel like the Wyoming Game and Fish doesn't support, and it is kind of them against the rancher in some cases.
Thank you, sir. Other questions? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McGagna. State your name and who you're with.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. We've been very involved in this discussion, testified several times before the Wildlife Task Force, and have been at several Game and Fish meetings where this has been discussed. And we certainly understand the interest in doing this, because there have been a couple of hunt areas where 100% of the tags were taken by the landowners and left no opportunity for the public, particularly the resident hunters. But two recommendations we would have for this piece of legislation. One would be that there be a minimum percentage put in there, and the percentage we have argued and presented to the commission, and we would maintain that position here, is 40%. That no less than 40% be made available to the landowners. The second slight amendment, just to provide some protection against this being used in other ways, that I would suggest to you at this time is after, on line 11, after limited quota hunt area, adding some language effective when deemed necessary to maintain a public hunting opportunity. So it's clearly understood that this ability to impose a percentage quota is only to assure that there's a public hunting opportunity. It's not used in the future by a future commission for some other purpose.
Thank you, Mr. McGagnon. Questions from the committee? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you repeat what you just said? When deemed necessary?
In a limited quota hunt area, when deemed necessary to maintain a public hunting opportunity.
So in that comment, to maintain a public hunting opportunity.
Senator Pearson, you have more?
So, yeah, so I'm not sure that, Mr. McGagnon, so you're saying that we can't, that landowner tags, the landowner would get 60% of their tags and 40% in an emergency?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Senator Pearson. No, we're saying just the opposite. Our position is that a minimum of 40% have to go to the landowners. So the commission could set whatever percentage they want for landowners, but it would have to be between 40% and 100%. They couldn't go below 40% for landowners. That's the position we've maintained.
Does that answer your question, Senator Pearson?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. McGagnon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions?
I think it's gotta be.
Thank you very much for your testimony and comments. Any further public comment out there on this bill? Anybody online?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. We have one person online,
Okay,
and that would be John Masterson, and he has just been let in.
go ahead, Mr. Masterson, if you can hear us. Go ahead.
I have to get through the technology, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John Masterson, and a special acknowledgement to my business landlord and Senator Chairman Ide. I wanted to just speak briefly about this bill. When the commission was attempting to address some of the issues that came up with landowner licenses, what we ran into was a repeated call to put in a cap of some sort, a limit on the number of landowner licenses when necessary and under certain circumstances that could arise, many of which are unforeseeable. And we were advised by our legal counsel that there is no mechanism under the current statute that would allow us to cap landowner licenses. So it was our hope and that this language, these 23 words inserted into this statute, would enable us to, when necessary, and according to the public process we follow, to be able to limit the number of landowner licenses so that our hunters, as Mr. McGagnon said, specifically our resident hunters, would still have an opportunity to hunt, because we do have areas now where all of the licenses are being used by landowners. I think the statistics and the trends show us that that will continue to grow. Those number of specific areas where all the licenses are used by landowners will continue to grow. The commission in its blood, it realizes the importance of taking care of our ranchers and our landowners who provide and make these opportunities available to the public and to wildlife watchers and to hunters. And without the support of the agricultural community, we would not have the wildlife that we do. The intent of this, in my mind, is not to punish or to limit the ability of landowners to get licenses. It is giving the commission a tool that is, if I may, elegant in its simplicity, because it tells the commission that under appropriate circumstances, when necessary, for whatever the reason, whether it's a bad winter or climate conditions or drought or disease, we run into a situation where our recreational hunters lack even the opportunity, even the chance to draw a tag in a particular area. They will at least have some opportunity. And I think it's very important to note that it's permissive. The commission may promulgate rules to limit the number. I think it's incredibly important to note that the public process that we go through, if we were to put a cap in place in a particular area, is robust to say the least. From our experience dealing with the changes we proposed in landowner licenses, that involved, as the director said, we had 8 commission meetings. That doesn't account for all of the public outreach meetings that we had. In addition to those meetings that were well attended with vigorous discussion. And because of all of that comment that we received, we thrive on it, just like you do. And we responded to it. No cap, no limitation would go through without going through all of that process that we go through, from proposing the regulation, review by the governor, submission to the public for public comment, public hearing, debate by the commission, and then approval. So I think there are a lot of safeguards in place to make sure that we are not going to deprive our landowners of the opportunity to obtain these licenses. But we are facing a situation where if you look out, we are squeezing out, and we have the potential of squeezing out people who are longtime residents, longtime hunters from areas that are very coveted areas to hunt in. And it just doesn't seem, I don't know, it doesn't seem appropriate that someone should be just completely foreclosed from obtaining a license in a particular area. I think one of the things that appeals to me about this proposal is that we can do it, we could put limitations on an area by area basis. Because as we know, the climate, the conditions, the herds are different in every area of the state of Wyoming. If there was a set across the board percentage of X% has to go to landowners, it would leave us without the flexibility to account for those things. So the advantage to having this is that it gives us flexibility. And I know the members of the committee are familiar with how useful that can be, to have the flexibility to react to situations, to react to changing conditions, to be adaptable. And it is forward-looking in the sense of trying to head off these issues down the road. I appreciate the concerns expressed. I'm personally, I'm a fan of the way it is written now because I have seen the public process work within the commission. Believe me, we get a lot of feedback when we talk about about doing these things. We take it very seriously, and we respect the fact that our landowners give us the wildlife that we have. So I've always wanted to say it. I speak on and in favor of this bill and the amendment as proposed. The last thing I'd note was that through all of the process we went through with all of the landowners when we were looking at those significant changes to landowner licenses, for the life of me, I can't recall one landowner who said they were reluctant or didn't think a cap would be appropriate. Depending on the conditions, of course, that we have to be mindful of and reactive to. But we did not hear from any landowner who was opposed to placing a cap in place. So with that, I appreciate the flexibility that this provides. I appreciate that it's adaptable, that it's area by area and not a statewide blanket. I think it would be a very positive step forward to help us in our role as trying to manage the game, take care of our landowners, and respect our hunters. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your time, that of the committee, and I'll be quiet and stand for questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Masterson. I think I see one hand up on Zoom here from one of our representatives, has a question. And just in the essence of time, if you could be real succinct if you have to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Commissioner Masterson, for being here today. Quick question. I understand the intent of the bill. My question to you is, we've talked about all of the positives of the bill and the good things about it, but I'd like to know or ask you if you, as a commission member or a commission, have you thought about any unforeseen problems or unintended consequences, negative consequences that could come about if this legislation were to pass? Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Masterson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schmidt, thank you for the question. I have, and perhaps it's because of my role, and I can't speak for the commission. I can speak for myself from what I've seen on the commission and from my experience. I have tried to figure out the negative consequences of this or the things that could spin out over something like this. I'm sure that others can come up with some, but I can't see one. And perhaps that's because I see the need for it and the value of it and the way our commission works, and so I have faith in it. So I am not saying that there might not be some unintended consequence, but I don't see what it would be given the way the system works and the input that we get and how reactive we are and sensitive to the issues at play.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Senator Pearson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Masterson, so when you say that you haven't heard anyone in opposition to this, I think that that's not true because I've been in opposition to it and made it pretty vocal. And not that I don't agree with what you're trying to do here. And I also wanted to ask, has the commission thought about if we agree to you promulgating these rules and capping a certain class of animal in these limited quota areas in an emergency, say, have you thought about replacing those tags with maybe a cow-calf tag for the landowner? I mean, I'm just asking this in general, but when you say that landowners haven't been opposed to this, I wouldn't agree with that comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Masterson, do you want to respond to that?
Briefly, yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson. My point about the opposition was that during the all-day public hearing on landowner licenses, many landowners were asked about the concept of putting a cap in place. And if we had that tool available to us, how would they feel about that? And no landowner that I heard of indicated an opposition to having this tool available. So let me be clear about what I am saying. It's entirely possible there may be landowners who did not participate who feel differently. What I heard during an all-day public hearing on landowner licenses was no one speaking in opposition to the idea of capping this if it was necessary, depending on the conditions. So that was the point I was trying to make. Your suggestion about offering an alternative tag to a landowner is something that has not come up. And I think it's an intriguing idea. I don't know how the mechanics would work. But please know that we understand the importance of the agricultural community in maintaining our wildlife. And wildlife brings hundreds of millions of dollars into this state. And we understand the importance of having that relationship and taking care of our landowners. So I don't know what something like that would look like. I think it's an intriguing idea, but for purposes of this bill, I don't know how it would fit in. But I appreciate the idea and I'll be happy to convey it to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Masterson. Others, the committee. Commissioner Masterson, appreciate your testimony today. It was helpful, and thanks for the shout out from Casper. Hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, committee.
Committee. Any other testimony? Anybody else online? Committee, what's your pleasure? It's been moved. Is there a second? Second from Senator Love. Moved by Representative Ottman, I believe, down there. Thank you. Discussion. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is now where I say what I have to say and then the amendments or no?
Probably
Or do we wait?
we'll go to, if there's any amendments, let's go there and then we'll work the bill after we have the amendments. Does that work for everybody or is that appropriate? Go ahead, Senator Pearson.
So
You have an amendment.
So do I say what I have to say about these bills or do I wait?
If you have an amendment, let's just go ahead and make an amendment and then we can vote on the amendment. And then once we get done with the amendments, we'll discuss the bill as a whole. Does that work for you?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I proposed an amendment that I think probably all of you have. And we can look at these other amendments that were suggested as well. So my amendment specifically said, and I would like to offer consideration for this amendment. The landowners exempt from this rule must meet all of the following criteria. They must be a Wyoming resident, operating a farming or ranching operation within the state. Land must be assessed as agricultural on the county tax rolls, and a minimum income from the sale of agricultural commodities, $100,000. So the reason behind this amendment was, and we can adjust these numbers or not approve the amendment, but the reasoning behind it was so that we make sure that we are not penalizing the landowners in this state that are providing an incredible amount of forage, are doing an incredible amount of work for wildlife in this state. I don't think that people realize what ranchers go through trying to provide habitat for not only their own livestock, as well as the wildlife. And many of these ranchers are offered other opportunities to make money that maybe they don't agree with. And they do a lot for our wildlife. They fix fences, they, provide seed, electricity, water, all of these things for wildlife. And, they deal with a lot of damage year round. So I think that these landowners need to be protected in some way from capping. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So we've got an amendment, a motion. Is there a second to that motion? It's been moved and seconded for Senator Pearson's motion. Is there any discussion, or do you, on it, do you have that sort of written up? Would you go ahead and just describe that amendment?
Sure.
And so everybody knows what we're discussing here and we can vote on it.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, and just so you know, so there's two amendments, one for 176, one for 212 that Senator Pearson gave to the committee. It's on the back of the 212 amendment, so everybody should have that in front of them, but I will read it right now. So basically it would add, well, if this is adopted, I'll probably candle this out, but it adds a new paragraph I. Landowners exempt from this rule must meet all of the following criteria: be a Wyoming resident, operate a farming or ranching operation within the state. Land must be assessed as agricultural on the county tax rolls, and the minimum income from the sale of agricultural commodities must be, I guess I'd say, not less than $100,000.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm glad you described it because that was in the next bill that's coming up too. So it'd be the same language, just to be clear, that's in that bill. Is that good with you,
Yes.
Senator Pearson? Yes, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a question, because this is not in my purview. I'm not a large landowner, and so I really don't understand this, but is $100,000, a reasonable amount? Are there people that make less than that? Or is that, kind of the going rate for a landowner? I'm not familiar with that.
Thank you, Ms. Representative Ottman. Go ahead, Senator Pearson. Take that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the question, Representative Ottman. I'm used to saying Pepper. I set that amount high because the original intent of landowner tags in the beginning was to support ag and was to support these farmers and ranchers that are making almost, and their entire life is their ranch. So I set that bar high at $100,000. That can be discussed. You know, I set it high because I want us to protect the landowners that are actually making a living off of ag production, which was the original intent of why landowners were getting their tags anyway. So I set that high. We can discuss that amount. Because I do realize that something needs to be done in some of these areas. I realize that. And that maybe the Game and Fish needs to have the ability to do what they need to do. And I feel like at that meeting this summer that a lot of those landowners that were there were smaller landowners, you know, and obviously I was against capping or giving the Game and Fish the ability to cap unless we put some sort of protection in there for our ag industry in the state of Wyoming. So that's why I propose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Got to, let's see, we'll go to online first. Representative Schmidt, go ahead. You hear us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I keep forgetting about that mute button. A question for Senator Pearson. I'm pretty sure I understand the intent of your amendment. I just want to make clear I do. What you're trying to do with this is to, for lack of a better word, squeeze out the 160-acre landowner that bought the property just because there's tags available, squeeze out the non-resident landowners, non-resident ranchers, and those type of folks is what you're trying to keep out of the program and leave the tags available for true Wyoming ranching families that make a living off their property. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that is correct. And it's not about squeezing them out. It's about protecting what you just said. Protecting the Wyoming resident agricultural producers that are making a living off of this land and the original intent of why these landowner tags were given to landowners. That is my intent.
Thank you. Is that a follow-up?
I do have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. One other group that I was thinking about is I know there are landowners out there, smaller landowners, not necessarily just 160 acres. They just could have a small operation that may not qualify for with your criteria, but they do provide access to public lands. How would you address those folks if they were, and I'll continue to use the term because that's basically what it does. If they're squeezed out and they shut off access to public lands, how would you address that situation?
Go ahead, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment is only applying to the capping, is only applying to what the Game and Fish is wanting to do as far as capping landowner tags. So it's not about the other bill that we're talking about. This is only talking about the capping bill, and I put the same provisions in both bills so that things were, you know, kind of clear and kind of succinct. And, you know, I mean, all of these things are up for discussion. I set the bar high to make sure that we're protecting the right group of landowners that are actually making a living off of what they're doing. I mean, that is their main source of income. And so does that answer your question?
Representative Schmidt, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You good? Okay. Committee, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One question, is that on that minimum income, is that gross or net income?
Senator Pearson, you want to answer that?
I think it would be, I don't even know, probably gross income off of the ag commodity. Would it be? Yeah. So, so I'm thinking like when someone sells their truckloads of calves or sells truckloads of hay or sells truckloads of lambs, you know, I mean, that's what I'm thinking is that ag commodity, whatever they get for that bunch of, that ag commodity that they sell in the fall generally. Does that answer your question?
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So did this language come from a constituent, or is this encompassing like your family ranching operation, and that's how you determined if this fits in this bill? Like where did the parameters specifically come from?
Go ahead, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Provenza. So I talked to quite a few landowners and, you know, about this idea. A lot of them thought that we should make the amount less. But they agreed with that we needed to make it a Wyoming resident. And this is only to be exempt from the capping. They agreed with the Wyoming resident operating farming and ranching operations within the state, being on the tax rolls as ag. Some of them wanted it to be a less amount. I set the bar high because I feel like that if we set the bar high, that is going to allow more tags to the public, if that makes sense. And so, I mean, but that's up for discussion. But a lot of ranchers were like, well, that's going to affect me because, you know, I'm going to be susceptible to capping because I don't make $100,000 on my ag commodity. And I get that, you know, but that's why we're here. We're here to discuss this. I don't want to look like I'm trying to protect, you know, I don't want it to look like that I'm just going to willy-nilly put amendments on these bills and not try to look at everybody's interests. And so that's why I set it at that number. There were landowners that don't really agree with that number, but that's for us to discuss. And so, thank you.
Thank you. Follow up. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm just, I guess, struggling with the number. Like, I'd like to know what the payoff is, right? I mean, ultimately, what we're doing is providing a subsidy, and our Constitution says that we need to, when we do something like that, that it needs to be in support of the poor. And so if we're going to carve out an exemption for a subsidy, then it would make more sense to me that an operation make less money than a minimum. So if an operation is getting millions of dollars in their business, then do we provide them then Wyoming's wildlife for them to have? Yeah, it's a subsidy in that regard, but instead replacing money with wildlife.
Do you want to respond to that, or are you good? Senator Love.
Chairman, through you. So since the 100,000 seems to be the topic right now, as an ag producer myself, for Laramie County, the threshold to meet ag tax status for the county, you know what that is?
$500. 500.
It's 500. Some counties it's 1,000. It's not very much. And it's done that way because a lot of our small producers, who, when you add them together in the aggregate, make up a large percentage of our total production for Wyoming. We have a lot of 160, 320, 640 landowners that even at a full section of ground in Wyoming, to sell enough ag commodities off of that 640, you're not going to produce $100,000. Based on our average stocking rates, Laramie County in a lot of areas were 15 to 25 acres per AUM or per AU. And as you think through that process, you're talking about making this only eligible to very, very large landowners. And so even with today's cattle prices, and we can all be very blessed and thankful for that opportunity, we have to be cognizant of what we're actually talking about here. And so this would give me a whole lot of trouble. So another thing I want to then ask you about is must meet all of the following criteria, Wyoming resident. So when I think about my district, Senate District 6, probably almost 40% of my boundary touches Colorado and Nebraska. I know personally a whole lot of my landowners out around Albin, Pine Bluff, operate on both sides of the state line. And at any time, they may have their residency in Nebraska for some reason. And now I have to go to them and say, well, because you chose Nebraska to be your resident state, it doesn't matter that you're farming 600 acres in Wyoming, you no longer qualify for this. And we're going to impact your livelihood based on that decision. And so that's another really big issue that's going to impact me in my district. How do you expect me to explain that to those landowners?
Representative or Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Love, I just don't, this bill specifically is giving the Game and Fish the leeway to promulgate rules as far as capping in emergency situations. All I'm saying is that people with these stipulations are exempt from being capped. The original intent of why landowner tags were originally issued in the first place. That's all. Like I said, I'm not going to agree or be on board with giving the Game and Fish free leeway to cap landowners unless we have something in place. What that is, and ultimately the commission's going to decide, but I have to protect the people in our state that are getting landowner tags based on, and I feel what the original intent of landowner tags were. So whatever we decide to do with this amendment, and it's fine, I brought this amendment so that we could discuss it at the end of the day. But I am not going to agree to capping or allowing the Game and Fish to cap. And yeah, maybe this Game and Fish is great and wonderful and on the side of landowners, and they really, support landowners and things like that. But that's not to say that the next Game and Fish Commission isn't going to be different and on the side of the hunting and the hunting groups, and could possibly just cap landowners that are making a living, they're living off of this land. So that's the reason for this amendment. We can have discussion. You guys can vote against it, whatever. But I'm here to protect the ranchers and farmers of our state that have been doing this, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. Any other questions on this amendment? Seeing none, let's go ahead and, I don't know if you mentioned something about gross, there was a question there, but I don't know if you want to address that right now, whether that 100,000 is gross or net, just to be clear. Anybody want to chime in on that? And then we'll vote. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would this be the time to amend that to say gross?
Yes, I think you'd be amending the amendment.
Yes. Well, I would like to move that in this amendment that we specified on the 1, 2, 3, 4, on the fourth line right after, and we insert the word gross.
We should bring it down a bit.
Or is it right after, on county tax rolls and gross, minimum gross? Maybe it would be after the word minimum.
Gross income?
Mhm.
Okay. Any discussion on that? So essentially, the amendment in front of you that we're voting on is on the back of that, for Bill 212, just put everybody on there, and this is to amend 176 on the back page. And I guess we'll vote, correct me if I'm wrong, we're voting on the amendment to the amendment first. So all those in favor of adding the language to the 100,000 gross income would be at the back end of that sentence right there. Is that correct? Bringer of the amendment? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Back on the amendment, the original amendment. So we're voting on what I just referenced right there. I guess we've already discussed it. All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion fails unless there's a division. All right, back on the bill. Any further amendments? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would like to make an amendment stating, and I don't know where we put it, maybe Anna can help us. Let's see. To limit the number of, I'm trying to remember where Mr. Magagna put in this, when deemed necessary to maintain a public hunting opportunity.
I think you're referring to page 2, line 11, to add that language at the end of the red print.
Yes.
Anna, would you go ahead and state that amendment?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So it would say, the commission may promulgate rules to limit the number of landowner hunting licenses issued under this subsection in any limited quota hunt area, when deemed necessary to maintain the public hunting opportunity.
Discussion on that amendment. Is there a second to that amendment? I guess I should ask for. It's been seconded by Representative Johnson. Discussion. Question's been called. All those in favor of the amendment that was just articulated by LSO, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That amendment passes. Further amendments. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to add resident in front of landowner on line 10 of page 2. And that would keep President Zelensky from using this rule on the Pathfinder Ranch.
Is there a second? Been seconded by Representative Strzok. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead,
it
Representative.
actually does the opposite.
Yeah,
Adding the word resident then exempts non-residents from the rule. You wouldn't be able to limit non-resident landowner tags. You would only be limiting resident landowner tags. So it does the exact opposite. So I'd urge a no vote.
Do you want to answer that, Representative?
Yeah, I'd withdraw the amendment. I think there's more, we'll use this on the next bill.
Okay. The amendment's been withdrawn. Further amendments? Senator Pearson.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So along those lines, we could say may promulgate rules to limit the number of non-resident landowner hunting licenses.
Is that a motion for an amendment?
Sure.
Is there a second? Second? Second by Representative Johnson. Discussion? Seeing none?
Where are we putting this?
Where is this?
Anna, would you fill us in on the particulars of this amendment?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So I think that would go, page 2, line 10, right before landowner, it would say non-resident landowner hunting licenses.
Representative Crago. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just point out a lot of our family ranches have kids that live out of state. They go out of state to work other jobs. They come home, they hunt. They use this to get landowner licenses often. So I'm not going to be in favor. Again, I'm not going to be in favor of the amendment. We're not solving a problem. We're just creating more problems for our family ranches throughout Wyoming.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Senator Love.
Chairman, through you. So for a very similar reason, my border area, we're gonna have people on both sides of the state line there. If we limit it to residents, their kids aren't gonna be able to do anything as well or themselves. So for that, I have to protect all of them.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll withdraw that amendment and propose another amendment.
Amendment's been withdrawn. Senator Pearson.
Thank you. I actually would like a percentage in this. I know that Mr. McGagna said that landowners would get no less than 40%. I think it's no less than a 40% cap. Is that right? I would like it to be no less than a 30% cap, in my opinion. So no less than a 30% cap. So meaning that 30% would go to the hunters and 70% of the landowner tags would stay with the landowners.
Okay, we have a motion. Anna, would you tell us where that will fit in the bill?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So I think it would go on line 10, page 2, line 10, after subsection to something along the lines of it would say the number of hunting licenses issued under the subsection to no less than 30% in any limited quota hunt area, if that makes sense.
Does that sound good, Senator Pearson? Go ahead.
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second on that amendment? Second by Representative Johnson. Senator Crago.
Mr. Chairman, the way Anna read that, I think it's the opposite of what the motion was, just pointing that out. I think Senator Pearson wanted to limit it to no less than 70% of the tags would go to the landowners. I think that's what she said. But Mr. McGagna had said no less than 40% would go to the landowners. So there's some, I just want to make sure we all know what we're voting on.
Yes.
And that it's very clear because the way Anna read it, it would limit the amount of tags available to the landowners to 30%.
Anna, did you want to chime in on that real quick?
Mr. Chairman, after thinking about it a little bit more, I agree with Senator Crago. I think he's right on that.
Are you good with that, Senator Pearson? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Anna, you understand what I'm trying to say here? That if the Game and Fish is able to do this, to promulgate the rules, in order to cap landowners, that only 30% of those tags would be capped. 70% of the landowner tags that are available would go to the landowner as they always have. 30% would be able to be capped.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, so let me try to get this straight. You want 70% of the licenses available in a limited quota hunt area to go to landowners? Or is it 30%?
No, it's 70% of the landowner hunting licenses. So it's not the available licenses. It's 70% of the current landowner or the landowner licenses that are available in that area would stay with the landowners. And if the commission needed to, for some reason, cap some tags, landowner tags, to go to the hunting community, then they would be able to cap 30% of the current landowner hunting licenses. And maybe our Game and Fish Commission can help you with the wording, because I'm pretty sure they understand what I'm saying, but.
Thanks, Senator Pearson. We'll go ahead, Representative Provenza.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Mr. Chairman. There is not a quota right now. So what is happening is landowners are getting a percentage of the tags that are allotted, but there isn't a quota. So we're putting a percentage on something that isn't happening right now at all. And I would just argue that there's a reason why this bill is also in front of TRW. We continue to make amendments that aren't making sense in how we draw tags and how we create the process for tags. That process is extremely complicated on the back end. It's not for the sportsman or potentially the landowner, but it is complicated on the back end of who gets what tags. And I think this is testament to how complicated it is, or at least that this committee doesn't understand. So there's no quota as it stands right now.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a little bit of follow-up to that as I spill my coffee everywhere. So Representative Provenza makes a very good point, which is the amount of tags available is not divided between landowner and non-landowner. What you're trying to do with your amendment, Senator Pearson, is pick where that number is capped. So at a minimum, we'd have to save back this percentage of tags for landowners to at least apply for. They may not apply for all of them, but that's what this amendment will do, is say, so if there's 100 tags and we set the number at 30%, then 30% or 30 tags would have to be available for landowner application. If they don't apply, fine, then they get put into the draw for non-landowners or the general public. And so that's the number you're trying to pick. That was the number that Mr. Magagna said, 40% at least need to be held back or available. And then after the application period for landowners is over, if they're not all applied for, they then would go into the general draw for anyone to apply for. So that's the number we're trying to pick. What that number is, I don't know the answer. You know, the stock growers said 40%. That seems like a reasonable number. And so that's the number you need to focus on, whether it's 40, 30, 70, 100, I don't know. You know, that's up for you to decide, but that's what we're trying to figure out.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pearson, go ahead, be brief, and we'll keep rolling here so we can get through all these bills today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So then I would say 70%. Then if we're just looking for a percent. I would say that 40 is too low because that's once again taking tags out of the hands of our landowners that are providing forage for wildlife. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
So just to keep this thing moving, Anna, do you understand what she's getting there so we know what we're voting on? I'm a little confused.
Mr. Chairman, let me take a stab at it. I think that Senator Pearson wants the landowner hunting tags to take up no less than 70, or no more than 70% of the tags that are available in a limited quota area. Is that correct? No?
Senator Pearson.
I'm not really sure whether it's no more or no less than 70%. So I'm,
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, I think it'd be no more than. Because you want 30% to be available to the public, right?
right.
Yes, then it'd be no more than 70%.
Okay. Does everybody understand that? Any other discussion to this amendment? We'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Senator Pearson's amendment as expressed by LSO, say aye. Opposed?
No.
Amendment fails. Further amendments? Senator Love.
I'm going to take a crack at trying to help with what we're trying to accomplish here. So as Mr. Magagna had mentioned in his testimony, I think what we're looking for is language something like this. At no time, not less than 40% of the game and fish hunting license quota for an area, limited quota area, we should probably add that in, shall be issued to landowners. And then we also need to add in the language that when those licenses are not taken by landowners, that they will revert back to the area draw for everybody else. So I believe that is what Mr. Magagna was getting at when he mentioned that, and I think that's what you're searching for. The percentage may be different, but not less than 40% of the game and fish hunt license quota for a given and limited quota area shall be issued to landowners, period. If all of those licenses are not absorbed or purchased by landowners, the remaining licenses would revert back to the area draw for the general public. And so I think that is what we were trying to get at, was some sort of protection mechanism for the landowner. I also would like to have a little more conversation as I go through this, if I could, with the Game and Fish Department.
Yes, Senator Love. First off, is that a motion?
Yeah, let's
For
go
an
ahead and put
amendment?
that in as a motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
It's been seconded by Senator Crago. Go ahead and go ahead, Senator Love.
Thank you very much. So from the Game and Fish's perspective, I'm trying to clear this up for everybody in the room. So currently, a limited quota area, the licenses in that area, we've seen huge reductions in licenses across the state of Wyoming due to winter issues. We've actually had a sequence of wintering issues that have created issues since 2007, 2008 winter, 2012 and 13, and then again last winter. So 2 winters ago, we saw huge reductions in licenses, which has put areas in some limited quota areas into a point where there may only be 20 available licenses for that limited quota area. At this time, under current regulation, the Game and Fish, if at least 20 landowners apply for those licenses, must issue all of those licenses to landowners. Is that correct?
Go ahead. Whoever wants to take that on.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, that is correct.
So that's the issue we're trying to resolve in this bill, is to allow the limit of those. Our managers of the game and fish and wildlife population for the state are probably best suited to make those decisions as we move forward, because that is going to be a moving target constantly. And so as we place more and more restrictions on them, we take away their ability to manage for the wildlife interest and the interest of the public. I can appreciate Mr. Magagna's desire to protect that X amount go to landowners so that we ensure there's an opportunity for landowners to always receive tags, because under the current open rulemaking, it would allow the game and fish to reduce that to nearly nothing if that was so desired. We also want to make sure that we don't put any amendment in here that requires them to issue licenses when they believe an area no longer has a viable hunting population. So there's a very complex situation and computer model they use to determine what a huntable population is. I'm not sure what the current POP model you're using is, but I'm sure you could speak to that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, yes, we do population modeling and surveys and hunter feedback, all to put together a recommendation for hunting in the fall.
Very good, thank you. And so what is the Game and Fish's appetite for having a limitation put on your ability in the number of licenses or percentage of licenses issued in a given quota? And if that quota is 0 for the year, or 1 or 2, where that falls in your management of an area?
Go ahead, Director or Chief.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, so I wouldn't want to speak to the commission on where that cap would be, but I would rephrase it where we currently are. It's basically not more than 100% go to landowners, because they could take 100%. And so if you set some kind of cap, it would just, or set some kind of a percentage, it would just limit the number of licenses for a type or in a hunt area to that percentage. And as you've already spoke, any licenses currently, if you take it that it's not more than 100% now, if 100% of the licenses don't go to landowners, they automatically revert for the public to take. And so as pointed out by Senator Craigo, we have a pool of licenses to start with. We split that resident, non-resident, and then landowners take the first stab at that, or the first cut. And then whatever is not taken by landowners then goes to the general public. So right now, up to 100% could go to landowners. So wherever the commission has the ability to set a cap when necessary, may not even be an emergency situation. It may be adding a hunt with a limited number of licenses where we don't want 100% of those to go to landowners, so that the public has some option in those too. It's the ability for them to set some percentage cap on those types or in a hunt area.
Very good.
Go ahead, Senator Love.
Chairman, through you. So the idea behind this bill then is to provide a hunting opportunity for the public that does not currently exist under current regulations, that in an area with a very limited number of licenses may possibly all be issued to landowners because you have no ability to restrict those licenses.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, that is a potential, yes, that is a possible scenario right now, as well as these bad winters where we reduce tag numbers down to a very low number. So there are multiple scenarios that could play out where there's just a limited number of licenses, and we are trying to provide or make sure there is a public hunting opportunity on those limited number of licenses, that 100% doesn't go to landowners. We absolutely appreciate what landowners do for wildlife, and so we would never want to drive that number down where landowners do not have an opportunity. That is not the intent of myself, or I believe the commission at this time, or at any time in the future, because we depend on landowners in many ways to provide habitat for wildlife.
Very good.
Senator Love.
Thank you, Chairman, through you. So the language then of not less than 40% of licenses shall be issued to landowners in a given limited quota area will not impact your ability to manage other than protect a portion or a percentage for landowners?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Senator Love, yes, it does not change the management of wildlife at all. It only changes who gets the opportunity to take those wildlife. And I would add that I think it should be not more than 40% as opposed to not less than 40%. Not more than 40% should go to landowners.
No, the cap.
The cap should be not more than 40%.
Director, do you have a comment on that?
Go ahead, Director.
No, that just confused the situation.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman, if I confused the situation. If you're putting a number there, I think what you're trying to do is limit the percentage of licenses that would go to a landowner.
Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the language of not less than 40%. If we take an area with 100 licenses in it, and that would mean 40 of those 100 would have to be issued to landowners if they applied. Then if we go on to say any license not purchased, so say 20 landowners took tags, there's 20 left over, those licenses would revert back to the draw for the general public to then have opportunity.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I believe that you have that correct. And I think the goal and where Senator Pearson started that conversation at was not wanting the commission through their public process to come up with a cap that said in this area, only 20% go to landowners. This would prevent that from happening. It would have to be a minimum of 40% going to landowners.
Correct.
Thank you. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is kind of on a different vein. We brought up children living out of state coming in and using a landowner tag. Wouldn't they be a non-resident? And how would that work? I think we need to try and help and keep our children here. And I think that they would come back if they were, allow them to live in the state of Wyoming. I think I'd encourage that. So.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Johnson, that's correct. They would apply as a non-resident. And so as the quotas are initially set, based on the species, there's a non-resident resident split, and then non-resident applicants would come out of that non-resident split.
Anyone else? Thank you for answering those questions. So I guess we've got a motion and a second for an amendment. LSO, Anna, would you go ahead and read that out so we know what we're voting for here? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So it would say, the commission may promulgate rules that basically state to limit. Oh, let me see. Yeah. Thank you. At no time, no more than 40% of the game and fish hunt license quota for a given limited hunt area shall be issued to landowners. If all of those licenses are not taken by landowners, the remainder will revert back to the licenses available for a draw of the general public.
No less. Thank you, Anna. We'll clarify that. Is that no more or no less?
I think it's supposed to be no less.
Yes. I
No
think-
less.
Correct. Okay, has everybody got that? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senator, thank you for trying to work on language with the committee. I will not be supporting this amendment because I think it's important that we allow Game and Fish the flexibility and the rulemaking to determine what they need to do based on the current situations that we're dealing with. I don't have a crystal ball. No one on this committee does. And so I think there might be, unfortunately, some potential for unintended consequences that might come from this, that the legislature doesn't have the flexibility to deal with. We move very slow. You have harsh winter, just issues that could arise. I want our Game and Fish who have the expertise at hand to be able to make these decisions and determine what is best. They also have an incredible public comment period where they're hearing from folks on the ground impacted on both sides. I would like to give Game and Fish the ability to make these decisions. And if they prove to us that they cannot do that in a manner that reflects what the people of Wyoming want, then I think we come back and we have a conversation. But to kind of like come here today and then say, we don't trust you to take care of our ranchers and our wildlife, I think is unfounded. I know that's not necessarily your intent. You're trying to help solve a problem. I respect that. I just think that we need to move forward with the Game and Fish. They've given me, and I don't think this committee, any reason to not trust that they have the best interests of Wyoming at heart.
Thank you. Further discussion? Question's been called. All those in favor of the amendment that was just read, no less than 40% going to landowners, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Motion passes. Back to the bill. Further amendments. Seeing none, we're on the bill. Discussion. Representative Provenza.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I find it gets easier for people once they start singing the name Provenza. That's what the House is doing. I'm just trying to spread that. Anyway, so I also serve on Travel, Recreation, Wildlife. This bill is also in front of Travel, Recreation, Wildlife just next week, I believe, early in November. I think that we went through a lot of processes today, and again, we're kind of behind schedule in part because I think this committee's confused about how landowner tags work. They're confused about how Game and Fish works, what this process should look like. I also, just out of total procedure, think that it's problematic to have two bills of the same that are doing in some ways the same thing. I'm going to go to TRW and I'm going to vote for this bill because it's the home committee of the Game and Fish, and Wildlife is the W of that committee. This committee is the Joint Agriculture Committee, and I think we heard today that there's some concerns about how this committee benefits from things that we do that have to do with wildlife. So I'm going to be voting no today because this bill belongs in TRW. But I respect the work that has been brought forward. So I just wanted to explain my no vote.
Thank you, Representative Provenza. Go ahead. Go ahead, Senator Craigo.
You're not going to sing my name, Mr. Chairman. So I'm also going to be a no vote, and for much the same reason that the good representative just described. So when we started this process back early in the spring, this particular topic was assigned to a different committee. We took it up anyways. And the reason we don't assign the same topic to multiple committees is because everybody in this room has to go do this again next week. They have to travel the state, they have to go to multiple meetings, and our staff has to do multiple meetings on the exact same topic, do the same bill draft. All that costs money. Costs the state money, costs these people money, costs them their time. And so I'm going to be a no vote, not because I don't support this idea in the same, and I'm going to give the same speech on the next bill, right? I mean, we're talking about landowner hunting tags. We assigned it to a different committee for a very specific purpose, because that's the committee that deals with hunting licenses and Game and Fish. And so I'm going to be a no vote, and that's why. Not because I don't support the idea of this bill or the next one, but because I just, as a matter of principle, at some point we have to decide if we're wasting the state's money, our staff's time, and the time of all the people in this room, which I feel like we are. One committee or the other is, and Management Council voted to give this particular topic to a separate committee. And so we've doubled up on efforts, and that's a waste of money and time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Craigo. Real quick question for you. How did, I don't remember exactly how it ended up in ag, because I think even Management Council allowed it to go to ag as well. So Am I wrong on that?
You are, Mr. Chairman. It
Okay.
was assigned to TRW. Management Council voted on that and assigned it to TRW.
Thank you. Yes, Co-Chairman Winter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I should chime in here on this situation with the TRW and the ag committees. I'm probably the one that decided that we would take this up as well as the TRW because Chairman French at the time was chairman. We both agreed that we felt that this was more of an agriculture issue than a TRW issue. And so that's the basic reason why we took it up as well, regardless of what the management council said. So I'm not sorry we did. I think we've come up with some decent assessments here, and I think it'll work. The Ag Committee is privileged to work with the Game and Fish Department, and we will want to continue to do so. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Good comments. Go ahead, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Co-Chairman. I would like to say that the state owns the animals, but the agriculture feeds them. So I think that this is important that it be in the Agriculture Committee and it should not be in TRW. So I'm going to vote for this bill.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Yes, Senator Love.
Chairman, thank you through you. So a lot of interesting conversation here. At no time in any of this discussion should anybody get the idea that we don't have the confidence in the Game and Fish to do their job. We very much do. For 8 years, I called them colleagues, and I enjoyed that opportunity and gained a lot of knowledge in that process. There's a delicate balance that happens between landowners and the Game and Fish and wildlife management. And so I can see the reason that it is in both committees and why it would be taken up by both committees. And I think it's insightful that it ended up here and TRW because we have two different perspectives. This committee from agriculture's side is here to protect the agriculture of Wyoming. And in doing so, wildlife has a huge impact on our ability to produce as producers. And on top of that, that relationship of the Game and Fish Department with the landowner, they have to work in conjunction. Sometimes there's strife, sometimes there are issues, sometimes we have communication problems, but both of the two must work directly together to achieve the overall good for the state of Wyoming. And so I think this is probably a good place to have it. And here we're guaranteeing the public an opportunity to hunt, and the landowners are saying, we agree with this. But we're also offering a protection for landowners to be able to accomplish what they need to in a management strategy for their family ranches and protect the heritage of Wyoming. So that's why I think this is a good bill, and I think it's probably appropriate in the Department of Agriculture. So.
Thank you, Senator Love. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I don't disagree with the merit of this bill, but I believe the Ag Committee should have done a better selling job when we were in management to get this bill, and apparently we didn't. So that's why management issued it over to TRW. Now, otherwise, that's just it right there. I mean, they had the ability, but we didn't get the bill assigned to us, so. For that reason, I will be following the staff comment down here that this is a duplicate bill. So.
Further discussion? Good discussion. Thanks, everybody, for your comments. I guess this is, I'll go ahead, LSO Anna.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to mention, we did receive some absentee votes from Senator McEwen this morning. However, according to the rules, we can't take absentee votes unless somebody's attended a substantial part of the meeting. And so I just wanted to make you aware of that, but I don't think that we can actually count his absentee votes because he hasn't attended today.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know that that's, there's been some disagreement, but you know, you articulated that well. And with that, about have to disallow that with your comments here at this meeting today. So we'll take a recorded vote here right now with everybody that was been attending. So go ahead, roll call.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote to sponsor 26 LSO 0176 landowner hunting licenses limitation as amended. Senator Crago. Senator Love. Senator McEwen is excused. Senator Pearson.
Aye.
Representative Banks.
Aye.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Eklund is excused. Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Ottman.
Aye.
Representative Provenza.
No.
Representative Schmid.
No.
Representative Strock.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Winter.
Aye.
Chairman Ide.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that is 8 aye, 4 no to excused.
Okay, thank you, LSO. 26 LSO 176 has passed the Ag Committee. We'll move on. We've got about 2 hours here. We got a couple more bills to get through, so we'll keep the pace going here if we can, get on schedule. So the next bill on our agenda is 26 LSO 212, landowner hunting licenses requirements. Oh, excuse me, Anna, let's take a 5-minute break here and make it a quick 5 minutes and we'll get out of here on time. Thank you, everybody. Pardon me?
10:25. Just right on.
Was it 10:20 when we broke? Or
I don't know, I didn't look.
All right, committee, I think we've got everybody back except for Representative Davis. I guess I don't see here, but we'll, 5 minutes is up, so we'll get started here. Back to LSO. Anna, if you want to come in and read in the 26 LSO 212, landowner hunting tag requirements, licenses requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This bill draft is entitled 26 LSO 212, Landowner Hunting Licenses Requirements. And so beginning on page 1, we're making an amendment to Wyoming Statute 23-1302, H, which is amended to include conditions that apply regarding the issuance of hunting license to Wyoming landowners, which are, first of all, landowners shall qualify for not more than 2 hunting licenses per eligible species during each calendar year. To be eligible for a license under the subsection, landowners have to operate a farming or ranching operation within the state, and landowners shall be permitted to transfer a hunting license issued under this subsection to any person who qualifies for a hunting license under Title 23, Chapter 2 of the Wyoming statutes. Section 2 on page 3 directs the Game and Fish Commission to promulgate rules, and then Section 3 provides a split effective date, and that's the entirety of the bill, and I would stand for any questions.
Questions for Ms. Johnson? Anybody? Thank you, Anna. Okay, we'll move on to, let's see here. We've got Game and Fish. Do they want to come up and go ahead and talk to us? Go ahead, Director. Thank you.
Hello again. We are also going to tag team this bill, so you'll hear from both me and Chief
Thank you,
Smith.
Chief.
And so thank you for continuing the discussions on landowner license. You know, we've talked a lot about it today and over the summer. Really important issues that task force as well as the commission continue to talk about it. So I'll just point out a few things here. As Senator Love talked about earlier, is this bill, as well as the last bill, isn't necessarily about the department's ability to manage wildlife. It's really about who has the opportunity to get a license. So where those licenses go and the opportunity to get them. You know, a few years back, the department engaged in a really elaborate strategic planning exercise, and we did lots of public comment, lots of public outreach. We wanted to understand what the constituents of Wyoming wanted us to focus our work on. One of those things that we heard really loud and clear was to focus work that maintains our hunting heritage. Get in schools, try to get hunter ed in schools, work to have people understand hunting in this state and that value and that legacy that we have, and to continue efforts to recruit new hunters. Part of that idea of maintaining our hunting community and recruiting new hunters is having them have an opportunity to draw a license. And even though this bill, there's no real understanding of how big of effect it could have on our state, we anticipate that landowners will apply for more license. There's currently a lot of landowners who do not hunt. And currently they are obtaining around 3,600 license a year for these that we've been talking about. We anticipate that number going up. If they are able to transfer or sell a hunting license, we think that there will be more interest. And therefore, just as we talked about in the last bill discussion, if there's more interest from landowners, then there could be in those limited quota areas less opportunity for the general hunter. So that's just a little bit of where our concerns might lay, and just to think about this opportunity to the general public. Additional thoughts, I just want to also bring that back home to think about, you know, I'm very proud to have this in our state constitution. And our state constitution here in Wyoming states that the opportunity to hunt, fish, and trap wildlife is a heritage and shall forever be preserved to the individual citizen of the state. Then it goes on to recognize private property rights, et cetera. So just as part of the department's mission is to always understand that and providing those opportunities to all folks who want to hunt and participate. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief King to talk just a little more specifics about the actual bill itself.
Thank you, Director. Go ahead, Chief.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman. I thought I might provide just a little bit of a historical perspective on where we've been with landowner licenses or with transferable type licenses in the past. So as you know, the governor had a Wyoming Wildlife Task Force from June of 21 through December of 22. They met regularly, talked about numerous topics that were big ticket topics. And during 14 of those 16 meetings, feedback that was presented to them was opposed to having any kind of a transferable license. When I came back to Wyoming, I grew up here and then I left for a while and came back. When I came back as part of the department's Access Yes program, which at that time was called the Private Land Public Wildlife Program. When that initiative started in 1998, one of the things that the commission thought about trying to do was giving a landowner-sponsored license as an incentive to sign up for this program. What turned out to happen was that the public really pushed back on that. There was some very contentious meetings, talking to some of my peers when I came back. Those are some of the most contentious meetings that we've had in the last 25 years is when we started talking about landowner licenses. So after the commission meeting, when they presented that idea, they got over 2,100 comments from the public that were adamantly opposed to having transferable licenses. That was a while back, and so maybe that sentiment has changed, but I thought I'd point out that historical perspective. One thing I also wanted to share was that, as you are aware, right now, in limited quota areas, landowners can apply for a landowner license. But in areas that are general hunt areas, they cannot. And so there may be a perception of unfairness that if there's a general hunt area, a non-resident person, those are all limited quota for non-resident, my ranch may qualify to be able to transfer licenses, but a resident Wyoming ranch may not be able to transfer licenses. And that would be true across hunt areas too. So if I have a limited quota, my neighboring rancher is in a limited quota area, but I'm in a general area, I would not be able to get a landowner license and therefore not able to transfer it, or that my neighboring landowner might be able to. So that, just to keep that in perspective as you work through this. In the bill itself, it talks about operating a farming and ranching operation. The department would like a little bit of clarity on what operating that ranching and farming operation looks like, so that we make sure that we're qualifying the right people under that. We did spend some time trying to review what other Western states are doing as far as transferable licenses. And there are about half of the Western states are having some kind of a program, but in most of those programs, there's some kind of a public benefit, and that might be either providing access or additional habitat work to improve habitat for both wildlife and livestock, or eliminating damage payment. You know, if you're transferring your license, then you don't claim damage for wildlife that's happening on your property. And so just another thing to consider as you're working through this. And then finally, in the bill itself, it says that landowners shall qualify for not more than 2 hunting licenses per eligible species. And that's great to have it in statute, but that already exists in regulation. And so you wouldn't have to have it duplicitous unless you want to. And so I could offer an amendment just to strike those lines, because it already is covered in commission regulation.
Chief, would you explain where that is in the bill, what you just referenced there, just so we can kind of track that in early here?
Mr. Chairman, yes, on page 2, lines 13 through 15, subsection I, landowners shall qualify for not more than 2 hunting licenses per eligible species during each calendar year. And that is currently spelled out in commission regulation in chapter 44.
Thank you. Questions for the Director-in-Chief, Senator Love. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, through you. So on the 2 licenses, are landowners eligible for both of those licenses in the initial application? Or is the second license only issued if there are leftovers for that area?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, so for qualifying species, deer, elk, and antelope, each land parcel, is qualified, the parcel itself is qualified for 2 licenses. So husband and wife could each apply for one, or son, parents, step relative. And so it is in the initial draw that they are eligible for both licenses.
Follow up.
So that then would reduce the overall quota for the general population with both licenses up front.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Good. Further questions? Representative Strzok.
Thank you, Chairman. Was wondering, is there other ways for us, the ranchers that are having problems with so many elk? Is there another way to manage this, other things available?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Representative Strzok, thank you for the question. So we do have some other tools in our toolbox. Specifically, we've been focusing on elk because in some areas of the state, not all, but in some areas of the state, we have more elk than what we want. And so trying to figure out tools that we can use in order to help reduce those elk to the population objective. And so one of those that we use is we've implemented what's called a Type 8 license. And so in certain hunt areas, we issue Type 8 licenses, and they're unlimited in number. And so a hunter can buy as many as they want. And the real beauty of that is that a landowner, if you have certain hunters that you trust to be on your land, those hunters can help solve the problem because they can harvest as many elk as they want. They can buy multiple licenses at one time. It's not like you have to buy one and then go get another. You can buy 10 licenses and go harvest 10 elk and then go buy more licenses if you want to. Those are specific for cow-calf elk as we have it set up in regulation. And so it really is addressing the population and not just harvesting bulls, which, we can have fewer bulls and still have a high population. Another tool that we have used is called auxiliary management hunting. It's a chapter 34 of commission regulation. And we've implemented that in some areas, again, mostly for cow-calf elk, where if you can't get at the elk during certain times of the year, for example, they're not present during the main hunting season, we've extended seasons as early as late July and as late as to the 1st of March. to try to help address elk when they're there. And again, that gives the landowner the tools to help pick who's on their property. So we're not just saying that you have to open it up to the entire public, but it allows them to help manage elk, giving them a tool to do that.
Follow up?
Thanks, Chairman. There's one thing that I understood, and maybe you do or not know about it, but there is also on with that program, if you wanted to donate that meat, there is money available to pay for the processing to put it in food banks across the state. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Strzok, yes, through the First Lady's program, you can donate that meat and then it is distributed throughout meat processors to folks across the state.
You good, Representative? Okay. Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you. So you brought up several issues when you were talking about this, and one is overwhelming public concern from the first time you pitched it. We've experienced the same thing through emails and phone calls of our own. That concern still exists. And I think one of the things that might be beneficial as we go through this is at this point, our public has seen Ranching for Wildlife in Colorado. We've seen the Kansas program. We've seen the Montana program. And we've watched it become a pay-to-play hunting scenario. And most of those licenses then are sold to non-residents for the benefit of the farm and ranch, which completely understandable. Some states have offered that no damages would be paid if those were issued. And so because oftentimes you're selling a $350 elk license for $10,000 because somebody didn't draw. And so do we have a management plan? Have you presented anything to the public in a management plan or tool that would be the greater good of the public? So what is the public going to gain out of this? And how do we start the conversation or perception that's going to allow the public to get behind such a bill?
Want to take that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator, very good question. Ever since this conversation really started to revive itself last legislative session, I've been actively talking to my counterparts in many other states to understand the pros and cons of such a program. Is there opportunity where transferable tags could work if there was a benefit to the general public, as Chief Smith talked about? Have we landed on a golden ticket or an ideal program? No. Do we want to take just something that Montana's doing or Colorado's doing and adopt it here? Probably not. But we are actively talking, we're actively thinking about what may work in Wyoming, where there could be benefit. There's lots of folks tossing it around, trying to brainstorm ideas. We're not there yet. Probably because we're still kind of tossing around and thinking about unintended consequences, things that might come out of there. But I will have to say that the conversation with other states is very enlightening. It's very enticing to think about. Just don't have a place to land yet.
Thank you. Yeah, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up to that. Are you talking with resident hunters and sportsmen in those states that are also impacted by that rather than just stakeholders?
Go ahead, Drew.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes, we're talking to all folks. So most of my conversation are with my counterparts. So game and fish agencies. However, also talking to different hunters when there's that opportunity and seeing what they have to say. So trying to do a mix, definitely have just scratched the surface though.
Thank you. Others on the committee, questions? Thank you both. Yeah. Stick around, we may need you again, if you don't mind. Okay, next, public testimony, comments, public comments. Anybody from the gallery, and then we'll go online. Come on up. Yeah, if you don't mind, go ahead and introduce yourself again for people that are just coming into this new bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stockgrowers Association. My opening comment would be that I'm thinking back over about 45 years of the history of this issue, and if this committee and this legislature can resolve it, you're all going to go down as heroes and heroines. It's not an easy issue is what I'm saying. But I would say on behalf of Wyoming Stockgrowers, it's an issue that we feel needs to be addressed. Just dragging it on every time and taking no action is not an appropriate response. So we appreciate the fact that you're taking it up, whether we get a final solution at this point in time or whether it leads to further discussions that can become a solution to this issue. Just as I mentioned earlier that I was involved in the meetings that the Wildlife Task Force had. We had proposed to the task force something as simple as saying that right now, a landowner license can only go to an immediate member of the family, that they be allowed to give a license to a long-term employee on the ranch, who often are the people managing the habitat. We couldn't even sell that. That's how difficult of an issue this is. But I do think that there's an opportunity here to move forward with some things. I'm a little confused by the language in the bill on page 2, line 17 says to be eligible for any license under this subsection. Landowner shall operate a farming or ranching operation within the state. So if I read this correctly, in the name of making licenses transferable, we're going to take licenses away from perhaps people who currently have them who aren't deemed to meet whatever standard you might establish that they are operate a farming or ranching operation in the state. And I can certainly see that argument. I think that just makes the issue more difficult if we're taking licenses away from someone that already has them and rightly or wrongly acquired property because those licenses came with that property. And I think there's been abuse of that procedure, but reality is for those who have it, it's become a part of their right to their property. One other thing I would mention, and I'm not proposing any changes to this legislation, but some ideas that need to be pursued as we move forward would be obviously defining who's eligible for this. Should both licenses be transferable or one license? Another option. Perhaps another option is if you choose to transfer one, then you only get one that year. You don't get the usual two. I mean, there are a lot of positions there that could be taken. One thought that we have discussed is that a landowner who opts to use a landowner license would either have some requirements of providing access, which I think is a critical issue and that would provide some potential added benefit to the hunting public, or in lieu thereof, of contributing some percentage of the proceeds they garnered from the transferable license to the Game and Fish's Access Yes program as a way to, again, to create some balance in there, because as much as we like this, I think that in order to move forward, we're going to have some balance and show that that in some ways that perhaps the hunting public can garner some advantage from this, and yet the landowners can acquire something that they're, in our view, clearly entitled to, and that is the opportunity to derive some revenue from these licenses. They're providing habitat, and I know I would use myself as an example, and I've never applied for a landowner license. I don't intend to, but I'm not a sportsman. Don't have anybody in the family who is, so a landowner license has no value to me unless I could convert it into some type of a cash value. And the way ranching has been in Wyoming in recent years, I can think of numerous examples where the value from a landowner license that was transferable could well be the difference between keeping some operations in traditional ranching families and keeping those habitats available for wildlife and for sportsmen, versus having those ranches being sold because they couldn't pay their bills. And while we all recognize that may not be as true this year, at least in the cattle industry, it certainly has been true many years in our recent history. So with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to see this being considered. Not prepared to to take a position on the bill at this point, but do take a position in support of the concept going forward. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Magagna. Appreciate your comments there. Committee, have any questions for Mr. Magagna? Always appreciate your longtime service and your knowledge and your valuable ingredient to this committee. Definitely. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Karen Clark. I represent the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation members support the ability for landowner tags to be transferable. Ultimately, the goal is really to maintain the balance originally intended by the landowner license system in compensating landowners for the habitat that is provided for Wyoming's wildlife, without also providing residents the opportunity to hunt here in Wyoming. So while we recognize many of the different things that have been brought before this committee, and yes, as Mr. Magagna said, this is a decades-long conversation, and we appreciate this committee taking up this topic and the legislature looking at this and the opportunity to move forward. This really, to me, when we have these conversations and we hear it about like the different states across the West that have these programs, I've done a similar thing with like my colleagues across the Western region and asked them about their programs and what they've seen and what works for them. And I can share one example in New Mexico. They have unlimited tags for their landowners, but the landowner conversation I heard is we are not going to transfer more tags than we know is necessary to maintain the resource of the wildlife in our area. They're living, they're working the lands, and they're given that opportunity to transfer those tags in an unlimited amount, but know that they are going to be responsible for that resource. And so I share that as one example from what I've heard from colleagues across the Western region. Also, though, knowing that one size fits all never works. Wyoming is unique. Every state is unique. And I really believe that there is a solution. There's not one that is landed on, and definitely recognize that here today. But taking pieces, what works for Wyoming. One of the things that I do want to note, our member policy, because one of the questions that has come up in the last couple of meetings is what defines agriculture, what defines working lands. That's been one of the big discussion items. Our member policy calls for a $10,000 definition. So I would just offer that for you there. I know there was a lot of discussion on that. When it comes to some of the other definitions and amendments that are being looked at, we really would encourage the committee to, again, think about the work that the Game and Fish Commission does and how robust that public comment period is, and urge you to consider not passing those amendments that really should come before the commission as they promulgate rules. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation and really do urge support of this concept moving forward, this legislation that would allow the transferability of landowner tags. The focus on this is about preserving goodwill with hunters and landowners alike. And by ensuring that every group gets that, we share that opportunity to hunt, but we also make sure that we are protecting the future of Wyoming's hunting heritage for both ranch families and sportsmen alike. So thank you again for the opportunity to provide comment, and I would take any questions that you may have.
Questions for Ms. Clark? Go ahead, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You referenced $10,000. Where would you put that? I didn't understand how that would work.
Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Johnson. When looking at the amendments that were presented out there, just a general comment for the committee to consider. Thank you so much for that question. I should have clarified on that.
Thank you. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in New Mexico, I think it's 37% of pronghorn tags went to resident hunters. The rest were pay-to-play hunting. Does that support the dynamic between ranchers and hunters?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Provenza, thank you for the question. I can't speak directly to that dynamic in New Mexico. I just wanted to share the one example of what I had talked to with that New Mexico rancher. So absolutely, I think it's very important. When I talk about this process, there are so many different things that need to be addressed. And again, I think Director Bruce said that there's not that golden ticket. We're not sitting here before you with that answer, but believe it's very important that the hunters have the opportunity to to hunt here in Wyoming. And very important that it's recognized this morning with the commissioner, the importance that landowners provide to the habitat for wildlife. So I think that is very important to look at that balance that comes up.
Thank you. Senator Love.
Chairman, through you. So the heavy lift here for everybody is going to be the public, the mutual benefit. So we see the obvious benefit for landowners. What is the benefit for public? We've talked about the access, yes, Mr. McGagnon brought that up. The general public's going to see that as a program they already have available. And putting a little more funding into that, is it going to generate more land for the public to achieve? There's no guarantee in that idea. And so have we had any collaborative meetings between the landowner organizations and the Game and Fish in order to develop a solid plan that can allow then everybody to go back and say, this is where we see the mutual benefit? And so that everybody has the same messaging. Like, that's the really tough lift for all of us.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, thank you so much for that point in question. And we have had a lot of conversations with the Game and Fish, and we would very much welcome the opportunity to have meetings and future meetings for collaboration on that discussion.
You good with that, Senator? Representative Strzok.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just going on what Senator Love may have brought up. You know, if the landowners did have this available, and there's a lot of them that don't even allow hunting because of the disrespect that hunters show them, or they don't feel respected. They're the ones that are taking care of the livestock and feeding them, and there's no respect from the rest of the community. Maybe if they had this, maybe they would feel respected and say, hey, I will let some hunters on now. There is some mutual respect shown. Just a comment.
Thank you, Representative Strzok. Anybody else? Senator Love, go ahead.
Chairman, through you, just to kind of follow up with that conversation. So that idea is good, but then you have to tie the transferability of that license to that property in order for it to gain the benefit that you've mentioned, and that doesn't appear in this bill at this point. And so that's where we need to have the conversations and continue for the management tools that are going to be presented and be able to show the mutual benefit through the process.
Thank you. Others, committee. Thank you both for your comments and testimony. Very good. Anybody else from the audience here that wants to give their 2 cents? Go ahead, sir, and state your name and introduce yourself.
Okay. Chairman Jason Thornock from Cokeville, Wyoming. Farmer, rancher in Cokeville, third generation there. Got lots of thoughts. I didn't write them down, so I'll try to be coherent here. I run a farmer ranch there in Cokeville. I house between 150 and 170 elk all summer long. They show up first part of July. They live in my alfalfa fields from July until they get shot up in middle of October in hunting season. They leave for about a week and then they come back. Right now on my Pine Creek Ranch, there's 1,500 deer on my alfalfa fields. That's a low number. In the past, that's been as high as 3,000. Game and Fish has sent their guys out there. They've never seen that before, 3,000 deer on 400 acres of alfalfa. It's a mob. And I'm here today because I get nothing for that. They talk about damage compensation. They talk about the current landowner tag program. I don't want to be too loud, but those programs are insults to what we put into these animals. Just some real quick numbers so you can see that these are real numbers. There's real value in what we provide as landowners. If I have 150 elk on my alfalfa fields, and those elk weigh 500 pounds and they consume 2.5% of their body weight every day, that's 12 pounds of alfalfa per animal. And that's about a ton per day of alfalfa. At $185 a ton, that comes out to about $1,000 a day. And then you got 1,500 deer doing the same thing. If a deer weighs 120 pounds, consumes 2% of its body weight, that's 2.4 pounds per day per deer. On 1,500 deer, that's 3,600 pounds per day of alfalfa. Between the deer and the elk, that's 2.8 ton per day. You multiply that by 30 days, that's $15,000 a month in alfalfa that the animals are consuming on my place. If that goes on for 4 months, that's $60,000 that I contribute to the public wildlife that I get nothing in return for. You talk about the current landowner program. Sure, I got a brother that lives in Utah. He can take that number I give him, he can put in with my number, and he can buy a $600 out-of-state tag paid to the state of Wyoming to come and shoot an elk in Wyoming. I fail to see how I benefit from that. They talk about damage compensation. I went through that process 4 or 5 years ago. We had 3,000 deer up there. They said, here, apply for some damage compensation. Went through all the paperwork, all the verifications, all the baloney. And at the end of the day, I can't remember what the check was, but I swore I'd never do it again. It was a joke. Here's an opportunity to make ranchers and hunters in the state of Wyoming be partners in wildlife. Let us have something, let us get something out of it. I could sell those tags. Granted, they probably won't go to an in-state resident hunter. I agree. There's going to be some, and I don't use the, and like the commissioner said, the current program doesn't get used much. Yeah, because there's no value to it. I mean, we don't get anything out of it. Yeah, so if you allow us to transfer these tags and get some compensation for them, yeah, the use is going to go up. But so what? Let me get something out of that $60,000 that I'm putting into the wildlife. Not to mention the fences that I have to fix. You ought to see what 1,500 deer do to a fence when they go through it 3 times a day, or 150 elk. And then they lay on more than they eat. They'll bed down and they'll just stay lay out there in the field till 10 o'clock at night. So here's an opportunity, and I know, like Mr. McGagna said, it's not easy, but we've got to do something. There's value in providing these resources for the wildlife, and the landowners aren't getting anything out of it. Give us an incentive to keep those blocks open space with producing alfalfa there, and let us realize some of that compensation so that we're motivated to maintain it that way rather than subdivide it or do something else with it. Let us be partners in the wildlife. And I think this is a great way to do it. And one other thing, this is the committee where this belongs, agriculture. This is an agricultural issue. And so I'm glad that you've taken this up. I'm glad that Senator Pearson brought it up. And I know it's a hard thing and it's probably a long shot, but we got to do something. And this is the time and the place for it. Any questions?
Have you finished, Mr. Thornock? Go ahead if you have more.
I'll think here in a minute, but that's all I can.
Okay.
Throw some things
Hey, we
down.
really appreciate your testimony. It's good to hear boots on the ground, people that are affected. So, thank you for coming today and taking your time out of your day to be here. Any questions for Mr. Thornock? Go ahead, Representative Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This transferable tags that we're talking about, we also have an amendment to give 25% of that proceeds to the Game and Fish to increase the coupon. That would help. In your case, it wouldn't help enough, but we're trying. Can you expound on that? I mean,
You're talking about.
there's no way that coupon is going to pay for $60,000 worth of alfalfa.
You're talking about that coupon that's
Yes.
attached.
Go ahead. Yeah.
You're talking to that coupon that's attached to the tag that you can
Yes.
send in. Again, I hate to be too direct, but those are an insult. They're a joke. I don't know what they are now, $15, $20, and you got to go track them down. And Landon can tell a story, but you take them to the Game and Fish officer, and then he says, where did you get those? Did they really get shot on your property? We need to make sure those were shot on your property. At the end of the day, you get a $200 check, and it's a waste of time. It's nothing. And there is no program in this state that currently that helps the private landowner.
Well, we're trying, and I would like to see that increased, and if it's increased enough, then encourage more hunters to hunt on your land and help us out that way too. So I know what's that, 2 bales of hay, that isn't enough.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
thanks.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Thornock? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead and introduce yourself. And you've been up here once, I guess, but remind us.
It'll work. Mr. Chair, my name is Landon Peterson, rancher in Cokeville as well. The comment was made by Representative Provenza about down in New Mexico and some of the tags being issued more at a higher percentage to the landowners. The thing I want to consider and would like to put before the board here is that we, as ranchers, influence the numbers based upon the improvements that we make on the ground, which increases the carry capacity of that, of the animals and the area around. And as Jason has mentioned, he gets 1,500, his place is adjacent to mine. And if those deer didn't have that place to stockpile and build fat in preparation for the winter, we may have even worse winter kill as a result. And so the ranchers are doing a part in increasing the capacity and the survival rates of the animals through their efforts. So that is something to consider. I am in full support of this bill and would like to suggest some amendments, in particular to line item 17, which I believe tries to protect the interest of the people here, but it says to be eligible for any license under this subjection, landowners shall operate a farming or ranching operation within the state. And I believe that to be a provision that is designed to protect against big money coming into Wyoming, driving up land prices. In our area of the state, we deal with Jackson and now coming down into Star Valley where people are buying ground for this particular reason, and it's driving up the cost of ground. So there needs to be some kind of provision in there that would protect that from happening, whether that, I don't know if there's other ideas in here that can help that, but I do believe the resident component of that would help protect, to be a resident rancher or something to that effect for these licenses to be transferable. The reason being is the current program, as a non-resident, you can still buy the ground and access the tags that you desire, but it limits you to how many you can get and have access to. Whereas if you're a resident rancher within Wyoming and you're given that option to transfer, it gives you that ability to make the money that you might need to make it through the year. And it would kind of help shelter you from having those higher end people coming in and driving up the prices. I have a few other things to discuss. One is I was in discussion with a hunter who is from California, a trust fund baby, I would call him. He was bought up, his dad had bought land up in Star Valley. They sought to get issuance of the landowner tags. And he found it to be very subjective as to the usage of the animals on the ground. So he became friends with the neighbor down the road, and that neighbor then approached the game warden locally and said, no, they should qualify for that after having been rejected. And so the current landowner program is broken and it needs to be fixed because it is so subjective upon your relationship. And as I talked with him, he validated my concern with that. Was that until he knew a resident that knew the game warden that could then validate, they were finally then able to get their landowner tags, which, right or wrong, is one of the challenges that we face. And so I think if we can make it to where it's a resident-only thing that are allowed to be a transferable license, then it eliminates the big money from entering the state, buying up all our land, driving up the land prices, and making it to where the guys that rely on ag to not be able to make, be able to continue to expand and grow. I'm a first generation. I bought my place at appraised price. I built a cow herd from scratch. It's my passion. It's what I love. I worked in the oil field to supply that. I want the ability to grow. And I see this program as being a way, one, that I could make some extra money on the side, but two, if it's not worded right, as being a cap to my limit of growth because of the outside money and people coming in from California or other areas that have deeper pockets than myself. So the last thing I would like to point is the number of animals in Jason's situation. We influence the way they migrate. In our particular area, my ranch is now becoming subject to the animal migration, and they're stopping at my place. And the Game and Fish have been great to work with in the limits of what their locals are able to do. They give you a handful of cracker shells. They'll come up, chase them on snow machine and say, good luck. And that's the extent, unless you continue to push. And then they'll come up and shoot a couple of them. And then they say, well, hopefully that will help. They're back the next night. And so for me, public pressure is what's going to help drive and mold the way these animals migrate. And if we don't incentivize these local guys to open up the ranch to shoot and be able to, maybe market some of these tags, we're going to develop herds of elk that want to live and just habitate on private ground. And we're seeing that happen in areas of Wyoming that are landlocked by private ground. We're seeing it in an area in Cokeville where Fossil Butte National Monument has a resident herd that migrates there as soon as people start showing up into the mountains because they can't be hunted there. And they know it. They're smart enough to recognize that. So there has to be a way, and I think this bill is the right direction. It needs a lot more depth, maybe through amendments to protect against my main concern, which is the driving up of land prices. So I'll end there so I don't waste any more time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Questions for Mr. Peterson? And let's stay on track here. I want to give everybody as much time, but just be respectful of everybody else's time. Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for coming. So what are you thinking on these numbers? I know in my amendments, I put a number in there, but I'm wondering, are you wanting a number on the top side? Is that what you're talking about, or?
When you say number,
Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I am all for the two tags at this point. And I'm good for moving that direction, but to limit the transferable tags to Wyoming resident landowners as being that option. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand that. I thought that you had said something about a limit on the top end or something as far as maybe a dollar number? Or were you just talking about resident landowners and?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I don't recall my line, but I do believe there needs to be a provision in place to protect against, big money from outside driving up land prices in order to acquire the tags. Because the current condition as it states, non-residents can still access the landowner tags, but they just are not transferable. So if you limit it to Wyoming resident as making those the transferable tags, then it would help maybe prevent that.
Thank you. You good with that, Senator Pearson? Thank you. Anybody else? Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you. So as we think through this process and we want to put restrictions so that you're a resident landowner, again, in my district, that's going to create issues along the Colorado and Nebraska border. It might be better to put or in there and allow people with an active farm and ranch operation in the state of Wyoming to still be able to participate. But on top of that, so when we take the general public as a whole, that is the largest number of people we have to answer to right now. We take the landowners, we have a smaller pool. As we reduce then the landowners based on residency, that pool gets smaller. And our job as legislators is to the greater good of the people. And so we're trying to find a method. And the reason I asked the question earlier to everybody else, and the reason I'm going to ask it to both of you, is that what mechanism are we going to use to show a public benefit, a mutual benefit, so that landowners can have transferable tags and we can show the greater benefit to the public? And so just not to start a huge upheaval in the room, but corner crossing is huge right now. And so what if we made some alliance with the Game and Fish that allowed for access to a section of ground on the edge of our ranch that we didn't have to worry about corner crossing? What if there are tons and tons of opportunities? And so I hear that you're giving up 60,000 a year in alfalfa production because of wildlife. But the general public's going to ask me, well, if we give him transferable tags, what benefit is there for us? And at the end of the day, those of us sitting up here, that's what we have to answer to that majority. And so what opportunity can you see for us to get there?
You want to comment on that? Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, if I may, for just a moment. For one, the benefit that I see that is maybe not being talked about or maybe marketed, if you like, is the increased number of animals and animal health. Ranchers provide obviously salt, mineral, water resources to the animal, to the wildlife. And as such, it increases the carrying capacity and the number of licenses available. So I think it's a matter of how you propagate it and share it to the public and say, this is what they're doing, this is the benefit. Secondly, as landowners have that ability and are able to transfer their tags, I think you're going to see an increase of pressure on those ranches, which is going to drive the animals out into the public areas instead of what it is now, where it's very isolated and limited to who they allow access to. And so, as I had mentioned, and Jason talks about, when his animals get shot, they leave for a week. So if you can ensure that more animals are being hunted on those ranches, you're dispersing those herds out into public ground. And so it becomes a benefit to the public in that regard.
Thank you. Do you want to chime in on that question as well, Mr. Thornock? Yes.
I could quick just follow up on what Landon said. Right now, these wildlife are strictly a nuisance to me. I was up there last night with my drones trying to herd them off. Maybe I'll have a game warden waiting for me when I get home. But if we can incentivize the landowners to have an interest in wildlife, all of a sudden, I talked to a guy from Utah that he can sell his tags in Utah, so he gets money out of those wildlife. 3 years ago during the bad winter, he said we were plowing roads out to the deer to feed them during the winter to keep them alive. So I think that's a benefit that you'll see. All of a sudden, we'll be interested in the welfare of those animals rather than see them strictly as a nuisance and a destruction. Secondly, you're talking about land access. When I first read that amendment, my initial instinct was, heck no, I'm not selling my private property rights for a couple of landowner tags. But you're convincing me, Senator Love, that I think there is room for that. Like Landon says, I just lock my place down because I'm disgusted by the whole thing. I don't get anything out of it. I got $60,000 in these animals. The public, my phone starts ringing like crazy the 1st of October, and I'm just going to stay away from me. I've had enough of the whole deal. Mm-hmm. But incentivize me. Okay, you bet I'll let some guys come through, drive through my place to get up on the public ground. It's a mile through me or it's 10 miles around the other way. I'd be open to something like that. Yeah, incentivize us to work with the public rather than make us enemies.
Thank you, sir. Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you, somewhere in that thought process, I think there's an answer to this. But those are the conversations. They're going to be tough because both of you have expressed negative experiences. And now we're going to have to put those things aside and we're going to have to go work for the greater good to benefit not only ourselves, but the public. And so if we can start having those conversations, that's where the difference will be made.
I agree.
Thank you, Senator Love. Thank you, gentlemen. Really appreciate you being here today. Further comments from the gallery? Go ahead and introduce yourselves. One at a time if you prefer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jess Johnson with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I was actually thinking I may not comment at all today, but I did want to clarify a little thing that I heard earlier. You guys know where we stand on this. I don't really need to belabor it, but we are not for this. There is opportunity to have discussions, I think. And I had heard about the need to overhaul the landowner program or the landowner tag program as a whole. And I would point out that the Game and Fish Commission tried to do that, tried very hard to do that, and put a ton of work, had a bunch of folks, had a bunch of public meetings, and they ultimately, from the landowner community, got shut down in that. So they listened, they heard, they responded to what the overwhelming amount of comments that they got from landowners, not from hunters, and they shut down and did not change the system or overhaul the system or put any kind of caps on the system, knowing that the cap had to be legislative, obviously in that sense, but limit it in any other way. So I didn't want them to get malaligned and saying that like they tried to overhaul the landowner tag program and got pretty harshly shut down and told no. And that's the beauty of the commission, is they do listen to the overwhelming amount of public comment that comes out. Sometimes it's hunters, sometimes it's landowners. At this point, it was landowners, and they told them, no, we don't want this. So I just don't want it to be heard that they are not responding to this in a really very attention-detailed way. So it has come here, and this is one of the options we have, I think, where hunters and wildlife need to sit down with landowners and have these discussions. This particular one is probably a no-go for most hunters in this state. It's a cultural shift, and it's probably a no-go in a budget session and in accelerated time to not have real comments and real talking to figure out exactly what Senator Love is asking for, which is how do we hash this out? Because we're here. We're so in support of a discussion of how we figure things out and how we can work together for the betterment of our wildlife, which includes the betterment of private land as well. Or I shouldn't say the betterment of private land, but the better working with private land. And we're here for that discussion. But this seems rushed. It seems like this has a lot of holes in it. The more we talk about, I think the resident versus non-resident, all non-resident areas are limited quota in a way. So it changes who's getting it. There's a lot of holes in this. Our system is so complicated. It's one of the beauty parts of our license system, and it's one of the pain in the parts of a system. But I would offer some caution in that it needs more time. This is a cultural shift. You're going to hear from a lot of hunters. We will be opposed to the transferable tag discussion, but we are very, very here to have a bigger discussion about how we help. We understand and we support our private landowners. And this is just one issue that we have problems with, but that doesn't mean that we can't get around things and can't come up with other creative ideas. And I just don't want to see us get stuck into something where it's us versus them, because I don't see it that way. It's us together. It's Wyoming, and it's our wildlife, and our wildlife is here because in large part of our private lands.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I think go ahead and we'll go with any questions to Ms. Johnson. Representative Johnson.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you, you benefit from the transferable tags. Is that correct? Do you sell them? Do you have commissioner's tags that you benefit from? And
Sorry.
I would just say that.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Go ahead and go through the chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, thank you.
yes, Representative Johnson, commissioner tags are not transferable tags. Commission tags, there is a set amount. Each commissioner gets 7 tags. sorry, Siri heard that, get 7 tags that they can give, and that's it. There's a set amount, it's 58 or 72 tags, depending on the commissioners that year. No more, no less. The other part of it is that they're required to go to an NGO, which is a required tax status to benefit the community. So it is not seen as a handout or a government subsidy. It is seen as a community benefit. And it's in discussions like that, when we look at the constitutionality of giving things out, that is why commissioners' tags went that way. That's why commissioners' tags were given to NGOs, because they ran into a constitutionality issue, and it has to go. It's why WWNRT works through NGOs as well and doesn't just give money to private landowners, because there is issues that come up with that. So it is a different term, but I understand very much so how that can get confused. And I also, I would tell you that every one of the tags and a large portion of the tags that go to NGOs, I can't speak for all of us, benefit a lot of private land work. They put guzzlers out for wildlife and livestock. Some of our tags are funding only private land work. They do wildlife fencing and fund fencing on private land so that private landowners do not have to pay for the wildlife-friendly fencing that comes in. They've gone to build boat ramps in places so that there is less crowding and there is less trespassing done by anglers. This is just to name a very small amount, and I can only speak for what's coming to my head right now, because I did not come prepared with a list for what that was. But again, it goes to community building, and I understand how this gets really complicated. This is not me saying that private landowners don't benefit the community. This is just me speaking from the language of statute and the constitutionality around it.
Thank you. You good with that, Representative? Anybody else? Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Jess. So obviously, we've had our differences on this issue. So you mentioned that we need to have bigger discussions, whatever. I have been available since last session to have these bigger discussions. And I feel like, our hunter and anglers group came all the way to Cameron to talk to me. As far as the commissioner tags, absolutely, they're transferable. You can class it however you want, but they are. As far as that money going to NGOs or nonprofits, I happen to know that a lot of these nonprofits are very profitable, and they have a lot of money in the coffers, and they pay a lot of their directors a lot of money. And then as far as these NGOs being able to decide where the benefit goes, why should your organization or some other hunting organization be able to decide where money goes on someone's private property? And you explained to me during session some of the things that your organization does to help wildlife, to help landowners or whatever. But what do you think the landowners are doing? Do you not think that they're improving their lands? They're improving water. They're constantly fixing fences, figuring out a different way to raise hay, all the seed, the tractors, everything else. And so those are my questions for you. But to say that the commissioner tags and the governor tags are not a transferable tag, they absolutely are. And most of them go to out-of-state residents as well, something that you are adamantly against landowners being able to do with their transferable tags. And so I just wanted you to answer some of those questions for us.
Yeah, Ms. Johnson, would you briefly comment on that? We'll try to keep this conversation tight so we can give everybody a shot here. So thank you. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Chairman, Senator Pearson, to stay brief on it and to keep it on topic, I think that's a discussion for outside of this. I think that you bring up points that I have heard a lot, and there are some nuances in there that would take up more of our time and probably not get us anywhere that I'm happy to talk about and send outside of this. What I would say is, as the lifelong daughter of ranchers, I know what ranchers do. And it is something that I grew up doing. And so I do understand where this is coming from. But I also understand there's a lot of other options out there. That is where my perspective is coming from. I grew up the child of ranchers. And I do understand that. So that this is where the heart of this comes from I may be saying, no, not this, but that doesn't mean not anything.
Thank you. Any other, you good, Senator? Thank you. Anybody else? Questions? Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sabrina King, and I am here today representing the Wyoming chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Our chapter, I think I've mentioned this a few times, but has in its founding charter opposing the privatization of wildlife. And for us, that means the sale of wildlife for private profit. And I think that is for us where we really come into some pretty significant issues with this bill. In addition to all of the other sort of smaller issues that have come up that we hadn't even thought about prior to this. But I think one of the elements that I really kind of want to hone in here on, and I want to thank the good senator from Laramie County. This is the first time that in this discussion I have heard asked, what is the benefit to the private or to the public hunter? What's the benefit to both sides? Honestly, no one has asked that question before. When we've had these discussions, it has always been solely about the transferable the ability of a private landowner to transfer or sell that tag for their own benefit. And as we have heard time and time again, that is going to cause issues for the public hunter. And I will tell you that my experience in other states that have transferable tags is that it is not a boon for the person who cannot afford $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 to pay for that bull elk. Even from this past year, I have a couple of friends in Utah, very different financial situations. One of them is a public land hunter, can't afford that transferable tag. They spend weeks out there. It is very hard to hunt on public land in Utah. You get one of those private land tags, she went out one day, went out one evening, had her trophy bull elk. There's nothing about creating this kind of a program, the way this bill is written, that generates good feelings between hunters and private landowners. This is not a solution. This is going to create a pay-for-play system that is going to hurt the public hunter. So if where we're coming from is how do we find a solution for everyone, then let's have that conversation. But that conversation is not this bill. I will also say that, and I speak for my organization only, or the organization that I am a member of, we do think that there are ways to increase, for example, the coupon payment and to increase that pretty significantly. When I met with Senator Pearson, one of the things that we discussed is, again, another program out of Utah where now all recreationists have to pay to recreate on wildlife management areas. You have to buy a hunting or a fishing license if you are recreating at all. And I say this also as a climber, there are certain recreational groups that are not paying for our wildlife, and maybe they should be. There are ways to funnel that funding into programs that could help compensate landowners for what they are doing for the wildlife. But it cannot simply be the case that under the system that we have, which as of right now, there are no caps on landowner tags, that we just open this up and we allow for the transfer of all of these tags. It is going to create issues. So without belaboring the point, there's many more points that I could make. This bill is not the bill. This solution is not the solution. I think solutions are out there. And that is a longer conversation than we have time for in this committee meeting. And it is a longer conversation than we have time for, frankly, in the upcoming budget session, as has been mentioned. But I do think we can find those solutions. And I want to thank the good senator for asking the question of how do both sides benefit? Because, man, this is the first time that anyone has asked that question. And there are ways to talk a bit about public access. There are ways to talk about how the public hunter does not just get shut out of a system that they can't afford to pay for anymore. And I will say that that is not Wyoming. If Utah wants to do that, fine. New Mexico wants to do that, fine. If that's how they want to run their hunting programs, fine. But we are lucky in this state that you do not have to have $10,000 to go hunt an elk. And that should not change. And I will stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. King. Representative Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask you a question. If Mr. Hornock was allowed to sell one elk license and pay for his $60,000 feed bill and feed Wyoming animals that go out to other areas in Wyoming, isn't that a benefit to the hunters of Wyoming? I think it helps both people.
Ms. King, go ahead. Keep them brief if you can. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Representative Johnson, I would say that there are many ways that I can think of to push some of that wildlife off of that land, some of which would include opening it up to hunting into the Access Yes program now. So there are solutions available that, you know, I really don't want to speak to any one sort of certain situation, but when there are private land sanctuaries, there's usually a reason for that. I don't think we need transferable privatization of our wildlife in order to solve that problem.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ladies, thank you for being here. It's good to hear both sides of the argument and appreciate your comments and thank you for being here. Have a good. All right, committee, gallery, anybody from the gallery that wants to speak? Seeing none, what about online? Nobody online? Okay, committee, well, we've got about an hour from when we're scheduled to be out of here. I think, let's see here, we'll close public comment. I think probably the process would be, I think Senator Pearson's got a big stake in this, being she brought the bill. I don't know if you want to make some comments now and then we'll move the bill or see if we can move the bill. Go ahead, I'll give you the opportunity to make your case here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. And good morning to our room full of concerned citizens who I'm sure are going to help us think of something brilliant. I initially wasn't going to write anything, but at 4:30 this morning, I was awakened not by an alarm, but I believe by the Lord telling me to prepare my comments on these two bills that obviously are very near and dear to my heart and the very industry that I am trying to save, agriculture. Agriculture is a rewarding but unforgiving industry. Margins can be razor thin, and uncertainty, whether from weather, markets, or policy, we many times are hit from all sides. Yet through it all, our agricultural lands continue to provide immense public benefit, particularly for wildlife. These lands offer more than just forage and open space. They are habitat, calving grounds, and migration corridors. Without working ag lands, the future of Wyoming's iconic wildlife would be uncertain at best. That's why I believe that any conversation about landowner licenses must begin with a recognition. Ranchers and farmers are not obstacles to wildlife. They are essential to its success. As I expressed in our June meeting, not every tool that the Game and Fish currently offers in their tool bag is an option for many landowners. So I'm here today to offer another option. First, it allows landowners to generate a small but meaningful income stream to help offset the costs of supporting wildlife. Secondly, it gives them the ability to decide, do I want to be a part of this program? That I believe and hope will build relationships, respect, and reciprocity that has been lost over the years, creating a massive divide between landowners and hunters. Ag is not the problem, ag is part of the solution. We can and we must ensure that wildlife and working lands not only coexist, but flourish together. I appreciate the work that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has done and their willingness to listen to my concerns over the past year. I also appreciate the efforts of hunting organizations over the years, doing their part to help this vital resource that makes Wyoming what it is. But we must not forget agriculture and all of these ranchers and farmers and all that these ranchers and farmers do to contribute. As you know, I previously sponsored legislation on transferable tags, and despite the emails that were recently sent out by a few wildlife groups claiming that they were responsible for shutting down that legislation, I think and I hope that everyone in this room knows the truth. I pulled the bill because I was told that if given time, others would come forward with ideas that could solve some of the problems. And really, tough decisions that many ag producers face today. That was a good faith decision. It wasn't without cost. I heard from constituents who were disappointed, even frustrated by that choice. But I made it in the spirit of cooperation and compromise. Now here we are with what I hope is a start that I have tailored to try to help all parties involved, helping generational agriculture, increasing access to public lands for our hunters, helping small landowners, and most importantly, with high hopes of bridging the divide that has somehow developed between landowners and hunters across our state. I held up my end of the bargain, making it known that I am ag. My family are hunters. I have listened and am thoroughly looking forward to our discussions today.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. Go ahead if you have a comment you want to make real quick.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I was wondering, did we want to go to my amendments or?
No, let's,
what do we do?
right now, we've got to move the bill and get a second. Is there?
I'll second or move the bill, whatever.
It's been moved by Representative Johnson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Ottman. It's been moved and seconded to discuss and vote on 26 LSO 212. Committee? Does anybody have any amendments? I guess we'll start there. Senator Pearson. And let me just chime in here real quick, Senator Pearson, and maybe we can discuss this with the committee. You know, we can go through these one at a time. There's some of them that are, you know, that could be all grouped together, but it, you know, as far as the committee goes, I don't know if anybody has a comment on that, on how we want to proceed with, we've got, you know, a good dozen or better amendments here to make it go quick. We still have a couple of bills after this, but I'm open to whatever the group wants to do and what's the most efficient, if anybody has an opinion on that. Yeah, Representative Johnson.
I think transferable is in here quite a few times if we just make that as one amendment.
Thank you. That was sort of my comments as well, or my thoughts as well. I was counting them up on just the transferable. So if that's okay with the committee, we can maybe have LSO list each one of those that has transferable in it. And we can move, I guess, we can have somebody make that motion and second it, and we can have discussion on those in particular. So if you would, LSO, tell us which ones you would point them out so the committee knows which ones we're dealing with.
All right, Mr. Chairman, so first on page 1, in the title, we would insert transferable. And then on line 2, we would insert transferable. And then we go to page 2, on line 10, after the issuance of, insert transferable. Line 17, it says to be eligible, and then you would insert to transfer any license. And then I think that is,
That looks like
I think
you've
that's
got that as well. Anybody, any comments on there? I think if that's the case, I think it's probably all for one and one for all, because if one of them fails, they'll probably fail all the way through, I assume, if in the context. I'm not entirely sure of that, but if the committee will take a show of hands if you want to address all four of those in this first amendment. Yeah, go ahead, Anna.
And sorry, I missed line 13. So you might want to include that one as well.
Okay, yes, and we'll have to go back to line 13, won't we, to address resident on there, but, so we'll include line 13 in there as well, so there'll be 5 of them that reference transfer or to transfer or transferable. Does anybody want to entertain a motion for that amendment?
I would make the motion.
Motion's been made to amend this bill by Senator Pearson and seconded by Representative Johnson. Discussion. Committee. Senator Love.
Just a question real quick with LSO. By adding the word transferable in here, do we change the meaning of the bill or of what's expected in the bill? Or are we just specifying the title of transferable license?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, I don't think it necessarily changes the purpose of the bill because there is transferable language in it already. I think we're just making it very plain in a number of instances that these licenses are allowed to be transferable. So I think it works, or it could potentially work anyway.
Thank you, Anna. Any further questions? Representative Johnson. Okay, it's been moved and seconded already, and seeing no further discussion. Question, yeah. All those in favor of the transferable language amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. That amendment is passed. Further amendments, I guess we can go, let's see. Let's just go right on down to line 11. Is there a motion for that amendment? Been moved by Senator Pearson, seconded by Representative Johnson. So we're on line 13. Any discussion? Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I would have the same objection I've had in other cases where we've mentioned resident. I have bordering landowners that are wheat farmers and ranchers, and they own ground in Nebraska and Colorado, and I don't think we should penalize them because they happen to live on the Nebraska or Colorado side of the line. So I would be against that.
Just a point of information here. I see there's another line 18 that specifically addresses resident as well. And can we amend the amendment to include that one so we don't have to go back to it? Just do it now. Go ahead. Anna.
It's also in line 21.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, we've got it in 11. 18. Okay, 11, 13, and 21. Somebody want to make a motion to amend that first amendment to include all of those? Been moved by Senator Pearson, second by Representative Johnson. All those in favor of including those 4 lines or whatever there is there to one amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. So we're back on the main amendment. Further discussion. Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to address a question that has been seen, when we're talking about resident, isn't residence where you live, or is it where you own land? Because we have residents specified a definition of what it is in some other things. So what I was wondering is, in reference to your question about landowners, when we say resident landowners, is that where they live? Is that just if you own a piece of property? What is that?
Thank you, Representative Ottman. It looks like Senator Love has an answer for you.
Chairman, through you, I'll take a crack at this, Chief, if you want to correct me if I'm wrong. By Wyoming regulations in the Game and Fish, they require that a person live here greater than 6 months out of the year or 1 full year to obtain residency, and then to maintain that residency if you have 2 different locations. I think there's some formula they use there. So it's very well defined in regulation that they must have their primary residence in Wyoming, and that has to be their taxable record.
Thank you, Senator Love. Go ahead, Chief, and chime in on that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, I think you got that pretty spot on. You have to be domiciled here for 365 days to obtain residency. And then after being a resident, you can be out of the state up to 180 days in a year.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Representative Ottman?
Mr. Chairman, so just to say, so that would be a person that lives here for 365 days,
Go ahead.
the first year. The first year?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, so I believe what the bill is indicating is that it would be a person who lives here or who has obtained that residency status of living here a year and obtaining residency status. So it would, if you own land here but don't live here, you would be a non-resident.
You good with that? Thank you, Chief. Representative Johnson.
Just one comment, and to be a resident of Wyoming, you have to be a resident to vote in Wyoming. And so I think that if they live outside of our state lines and they have property here, I don't think they qualify for this. So I just want to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion? All right, we'll proceed to vote. The amendment on the table here, just to reiterate it, we're going to add the word, we're amending the bill to add the word resident. As you'll see on your sheet here on line 11, line 13, line 18, and line 21. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the next amendment. Let's see, what have we missed here? Are we all the way down to line 19, or is there something above that? Pardon me?
Line 14, Chairman.
Oh, you're right. So line 14, anybody want to move that amendment? Senator Pearson moves it, Senator Representative Johnson seconds. Discussion. What that is basically adding after 2 available is what we're dealing with here. So anybody have any comments on that? Seeing none, proceed to vote. All those in favor of adding available to line 14 of the bill after 2, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, let's see. Now we're down to line 19. Is there a motion to add that amendment to the bill? Senator Pearson. Representative Johnson second. Any discussion? Seeing none? Guess everybody's kind of looked at it. I'll say it one more time. Line 19, after operation within the state, the language will be land must be assessed as agricultural on the county tax rolls. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, that takes care of all the way down to line 21. Now we've got added section at the bottom here, or sections. I don't know if we want to take those one at a time, or we've got Romanet 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is there a motion to add any further amendments? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that we should introduce each one of these individually. I don't know what the committee feels like, but so do you want me to just introduce one?
Yes, Senator
Okay,
Pearson,
so
go ahead and get started.
I would like to introduce the first amendment, number 4. I wrote it to read minimum income from the sale of agricultural commodities, $100,000. So I guess that we would need to add in, what did we say on that? Gross agricultural commodities, right? Gross. $100,000 or receives not less than $25,000 from leasing of land for agricultural production.
Let me interrupt you, Senator Pearson. I think the language we used on the previous bill was after 100,000 gross income. Is that correct, Anna? And would we add that gross income to the 25,000? Would that be appropriate? No? Okay.
I think that's just a question for the committee, really.
We'll just leave it the way you introduced it. We'll add the gross income to the $100,000.
Yeah, that sounds good. So I just want to let the committee know why I did that, and I think I explained that in the last bill, but I wanted to set this bar high. And you guys can decide on the amount. I believe that Mr. Magagna mentioned, or I can't remember who mentioned, a $10,000 limit. Maybe it was Farm Bureau or something, but it's whatever you want to do. So what I'm trying to avoid is somebody with, say, 160 acres wanting to be able to transfer tags, which is obviously an issue in the state of Wyoming, and the fear of our hunters and our wildlife groups, that if we allow transferable tags, then all of a sudden someone with 160 acres will all of a sudden go out and apply for hunting licenses because they want to be able to transfer tags. I'm trying to avoid this situation and put some parameters in place in order to listen to all sides, like I said that I would do. So I put in that high bar for that reason. Then I put in the $25,000 from leasing of land for ag production, because as you know, that there are several ranches around the state that now are leasing their land to other livestock interests for agricultural production. So, and there's a myriad of different reasons why this is happening. So anyway, that's why I added that in there, so.
Thanks, Senator Pearson. So it's your call. You want to leave the $100,000 in there just like it is, or it's your amendment. So if you want to change that, you need to change it now. Senator Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a few comments. I mean, this picking a dollar amount, I think, causes all sorts of issues that we haven't really talked about. For example, let's assume a ranch just droughts out and they have to sell all their livestock. What do you do the next year when you don't have any livestock? You've droughted out, you're giving your place a rest, and you have absolutely zero income, but you're still providing habitat for the animals. What happens if you sign up, for example, for a federal program, you do deferred grazing and you sell a bunch of your cattle, but you're still providing habitat for the wildlife? It seems to me, if you're trying to get rid of all of the small landowners from participating in this program, then I think you'd be better off to just pick an acreage amount, which also has its own problems, which I understand, but I think you're gonna run into a bunch of issues where the very folks you're trying to help, the folks who are struggling financially because they've droughted out, or they're participating in a program maybe because they've droughted out, they're not gonna be able to participate the following year, because they won't be able to hand over a tax return to Game and Fish and show that they made $100,000. The other thing on the $25,000 leasing, I mean, that's a fairly sizable lease payment. And I don't think it actually fairly correlates to $100,000 in income for a ranch. For example, when you apply for your ag exemption at your local county assessor, you have to show that have a gross income of $500. Or if you're leasing your land out, the person who leases your property has to have $1,000 gross income. That's how it works, which isn't exactly, this is sort of the opposite of that. And so just throwing those, I guess, comments out there, Mr. Chairman, because I'm not sure we're getting to where we want to get to with this particular amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Crago. I think those were good comments. Anybody else? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a starting point. I explained to you why I set this bar high. Is to protect our hunters from their fears. I would like to ask if Mr. Moline and Jim Magagna would come up and maybe offer their recommendations on this amendment. Is that possible to do that, or maybe they don't want to? I don't know.
Yeah, I'll allow that. Let's keep it brief. We're going to have to talk about maybe going to lunch or coming back here pretty quick. If we don't get through this, we'll take a poll from the committee, but I think we'll finish this bill up and then make a decision. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. The only way I can address that question is I'm bound by my members' policy. My members' policy is to be considered agriculture, you need to have $10,000 more of production. That's my members' policy. It's a choice for you folks if you want to raise that up. Mine is, my policy that I'm bound by with my members is $10,000 or more. I'm probably not answering it the way you want to, because I can't come up with a figure. I can just go by my members' policy, which is $10,000 or more.
Quick question, is that 10,000 gross income on your members' policy?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it's $10,000 worth of production, not of income, but of production value.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moline. Any other questions for Mr. Moline?
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Magagna, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, if a dollar amount is to be specified, we don't have in our policy a specific amount, but I would very much lean toward the number that Mr. Moline has presented as being a reasonable number for a number of reasons that have already been discussed here. But let me just briefly add that as we've looked at this problem, our approach is we think for a number of reasons, it's much more equitable to look at acreage than it is at dollar amount, because the dollar amount of how much someone makes on the land does not really necessarily relate to the amount of habitat they're providing for the wildlife on that land. It's related to how they operate their ranching operation. And this is about rewarding, the whole concept here is rewarding landowners for the habitat. that they provide. We share the concern about the many acreages in Wyoming have been sold in recent years, 160 acre parcels, and the value is based not on the 160 acres, but on getting the landowner licenses. And that's an abuse that needs to be addressed. But we believe what we had recommended to the Wildlife Task Force, to the Game and Fish, was 160 acres be maintained for cultivated cropland, and for rangeland that they'd be increased to 640 acres. And I'm not defending those numbers, but I'm saying that we believe that an acreage approach is a better approach to this issue than a dollar approach, partly because of what I've just said. A couple of other just brief reasons is, people can play with those numbers. You come up with numbers that work for your tax return. Is that the right number you want here? And the third reason, frankly, is that I feel that to require a landowner to present their financial reports to the Game and Fish Department is something that we're not comfortable with.
Yeah, good point. Thank you for those comments, gentlemen. Senator Pearson, we're ready to move on here. What, is there any other comments on this amendment? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm a little bit confused when we went to line 18 of the subsection, and we have to have a resident landowner shall operate a farming and ranching, where if we've leased those out, how that would fit into that $25,000. Just a question of how that would work.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Davis. Anybody from the committee want to address the representative's question? Senator Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I'm not clear on what you're asking. So resident landowners shall operate a farming or ranching operation within the state, and land must be assessed as agricultural on the county tax rolls. So if a person is leasing land for agricultural production, that land is going to be on the county tax rolls as agricultural.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Representative.
But they're not operating that land. Someone else is operating that land because it's leased. So that's my question.
Representative or Senator Pearson?
Yes, and I can understand what you're saying, and maybe we need to amend that line. So
yeah,
I didn't think of that. This is why we have a committee, as I tried to put in different things that would make this more structured, and we as a committee need to look at all of these things and work the bill and decide how to make this right, so that I'm not doing it by myself. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. And I think that we'll get back on the amendment that we're dealing with right now. And if Representative Davis, if you want to address that on a separate amendment later, we can go there. So any changes to the amendment or any further discussion?
Call for the question.
Go ahead, Senator Pearson.
If it would make the committee happy, I'm willing to change this amendment to say $10,000 or a gross $10,000 worth of production rather than $100,000.
So I guess we're amending the amendment at this point. Is that, or can we go ahead since we're changing the number, LSO? How do I do that?
I think you'd have to amend the amendment.
Okay, so there's amendment to the amendment been moved. Is there a second to that? A second to Representative Johnson. The amendment, if I'm correct, is to change the language or change the number from 10,000 or from 100,000 to $10,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. Any discussion on that? Question's been called. All those in favor of Romanet 4? Oh, I'm sorry, we got to vote on the amendment to the amendment first. All those in favor of the change from $100,000 to $10,000, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We're back on the amendment. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Senator Love.
So we just changed the dollar figure to 10,000 and ignored the $25,000 lease amount. Are we looking at any proportionality in those two?
Senator Pearson, you want to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm looking for input from you all. I set the bar high for my reasons, you know, and there are people that are concerned about that. And so I'm looking for your input as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead,
I'm hungry, so I'm going to make an amendment that we remove the language regarding leasing altogether from the amendment, and then we will correlate with the language above about operating your own farm or ranch. So that addresses both issues at the same time, both Representative Davis's concern, Senator Love's concern about the dollar amounts. Let's just take out the leasing amount. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Second from Representative Johnson. Any discussion on that amendment to remove that part of the amendment that we're dealing with right now? No question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Crago's motion to amend the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We're back on the amendment. So any further discussion on the amendment? Question's been called. So essentially, the amendment is minimum income from the sale of agricultural products to $10,000. That's what we're voting on. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We're on to Romanet 5. Anybody want to move that amendment? Senator Pearson. Is there a second? Representative Johnson, been moved and seconded. Go ahead and.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment states 25% of transferable tag sales. That's the governor tags, commissioner tags, and these 2 landowner tags, if we get it passed, are earmarked to fund an increase on hunting coupons.
Any discussion? Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just ask, how are we to know what those sales are? I mean, it's all, from what I know, it's all different events and everything like that. So I was just wondering how we would know.
Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ottman. So I think that the Game and Fish has kind of an average of what these tags have gone through or gone for in the past. And one thing that we discussed last week was looking at how much the governor and commissioner tags have made over the past, I don't know how many years, and trying to set the hunting coupon at that for now, at what that amount would be, what that increase could be. And then the landowner tags, that income then would be entered later to see if possibly the landowner tag could be increased even more. But the landowner tag sales would be kind of something for the Game and Fish to be able to gauge whether this is working over the next few years as far as hunters having more engagement with landowners things like that with this increased price. So right now, I think that we kind of talked about trying to figure out what this landowner tag price would be based on what the commissioner and governor tags have, you know, kind of an average to get that increase for at least a little bit. And then we can add in later the, you know, the landowner tags portion would go into that pot this whole time, and we can see where we can go from there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Does that answer your question, Representative? Thank you. Any Representative Provenza?
Thank you, Mr.
Oh.
Chairman.
Oh, excuse me, just real quick. Go ahead, Anna. You want to, before we go to,
Mr. Chairman, I'm a little concerned that this amendment might take the bill out of the single subject rule, because now we're suddenly talking about hunting coupons and transferable tags for various things. I just wanted to put that on the record.
go ahead, Representative Provenza.
Thank you. And I guess with that, my question is, why are we taxing a nonprofit? This would be a tax, 25% tax.
Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't feel that it's a 25% tax. I feel like that we have allowed the commissioners and the governor to transfer tags the same way that we're talking about transferring landowners being able to transfer 2 tags. I'm trying to create an incentive for hunters and landowners to have more communication, more incentive for allowing or landowners allowing hunters on their land by increasing this coupon. And I'm trying to find a way to fund it, because at the end of the day, I don't feel like we should be taxing all of the constituents of Wyoming that recreate. I'm trying to find a way to fund this program to make it more user-friendly for all involved.
Thank you, Senator. So we got to, go ahead, Senator Love.
Through you, Chair. So I just want to think through this process with you real quick. We have the governor, he gives a tag, or a commissioner, he gives a tag to the Elk Foundation. The Elk Foundation then auctions that tag off. The Elk Foundation then works in partnership with our landowners to create habitat and develop opportunities in the state of Wyoming. We've now decided we're going to reach in and take 25% of that and go somewhere else with it. Because right now, most of that goes to the habitat creation done by those foundations on behalf of, and you'll find an overwhelming majority of hunters are in support of those organizations. And so I'm wondering what the intent and the image is for us.
Go ahead, Senator Pearson, be quick. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that a majority of the hunters are in favor of that, but also I hear a lot of complaints from hunters as far as the sale of these tags and how they don't have accessibility to them. So at the end of the day, I was trying to figure out a way to fund an increase in hunting coupons without having to go into the state's funds. And so I was being mindful of the game and fish, being mindful of our hunters, all of it, to try to fund a program to allow hunters possibly more access. So.
Representative Johnson, do you have a question?
No,
Okay, so it sounds like we, I know, we'll hit on that let's just do that right now, if nobody minds. No, I know that, I was just gonna say, let's get a poll from the committee before we finish up with this bill. Do you want to go to lunch after we finish this bill and then come back and finish? All those in favor of that proposal, raise your hand. Okay, that's what we'll do, is just so people in the audience can understand what their wait time is going to be as well. So yeah, we're back on the amendment. I think there was a question raised from LSO, I guess, on the constitutionality of this. And we can, as far as, I guess, my authorities go, we could go ahead and vote on this amendment if that's what the bringer wants. Or you have the opportunity to withdraw it. That's what I would leave it as right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to vote on this amendment because I believe that the governor tags and the commissioner tags are transferable tags as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. Any questions been called? All those in favor of the amendment Romanet 5, I guess is what we're on, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion fails. The amendment fails. On to Romanet 6. Is there a motion? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Romanet 6 says, in order to qualify for this program, landowners shall allow hunters access to public lands, but only with written permission from the landowner.
Discussion, or is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Senator Pearson, seconded by Representative Johnson. Discussion. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess one of my concerns here is that there are landowners who are would be happy to allow access that don't need to do it in writing. So we're mandating that they do it in writing. I mean, why not? We could just strike shall allow hunters to access public lands. Period.
Is that a friendly amendment?
That would be up to the bringer of the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to explain to you why I wrote it the way that I did. The committee can decide how to do this. My vision of this is in order to qualify for the program, yes, that landowners shall allow hunters access to public lands. I want to increase the communication between the hunters and the landowners. I want there to be communication. I want a hunter to call a landowner and say, can I access this public land up behind your ranch? I mean, obviously in this, it says that they shall allow hunters access. But I want this communication piece in there because far too often, I mean, if we just say this, then hunters are just gonna think, well, I have access to go through private land. I want there to be some sort of a, where they give permission and there's communication. So that's the reason that I wrote it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Love.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Oh, go ahead, LSO. Yeah,
So
let her, might help what we're going to finish discussing here.
And I'm sorry for interrupting, Mr. Chairman, Senator Love. So the way that the law stands now, and this is just a recent court case that confirmed this, but I believe that landowners have to allow access to public lands. There's no wiggle room really with that. And so I think we would be, this particular paragraph might very well be preempted.
Okay. Senator Love, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but get that in. Maybe that'll help your comments. Thank you.
So as we think through this process as well, from the Game and Fish perspective, correct me if I'm wrong, right now to gain access across deeded property, which I believe is your intent, if you have any portion of a county road touching state, federal lands, they can automatically access. There's no permission needed. So that's not required. So in order to even make this a lift, you would have to gain access to ground that they have to cross deeded land on. The Game and Fish currently requires written permission to go across any deeded land for that activity. And so I think it's all already covered in law, but by doing this, we're telling landowners, if you participate in the transferable tag, you have to allow access to inaccessible public lands. Is that your intent?
Go ahead, Senator Pearson.
That is my intent, but I would like the communication piece in there, some sort of communication between a landowner and the hunter so that hunters aren't just going through private property to get to public land and saying that they have a right. I mean, that's why we're at the problem that we have right now between hunters and landowners, is because landowners aren't able to sometimes tell a hunter, you know, you need to shut this gate, or only drive on this road to get to that property, or whatever. There's no communication. And so that's why I'm trying to put in some sort of a communication piece. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearson. Good comments. Go ahead, Senator Love.
If you don't mind, I would like for the Game and Fish to comment on this, because this is going to require some law enforcement cooperation, maybe some extra funding. There's going to be another issue there that's created by something of this nature.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll allow that. Keep your comments brief, but hopefully you can help us out here on from your agency's vantage point. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, I think the amendment trying to, you said something there about inaccessible public lands, and I'm not a legislator or an attorney, but I don't see that it says that. And then I understand Senator Pearson's idea of trying to have that communication. It is already required in law to have written permission. I don't know how to fix that situation either. So I don't know if I answered your question or not.
Senator Love, you got a follow-up?
So just to offer clarity, I was trying to give the context in which Senator Pearson was presenting the amendment so that we could all get to where we needed to go with it. But at this point then, if that is the intent, it's going to create more work for your department to enforce or watch over these things. And it might be best for us to push this down the road a little bit and find good cooperative agreements between landowners, the Game and Fish, easement and access points or something of that nature, rather than the landowner is going to get tired of signing permissions and having people stop by for permissions if we put something in this, because this forces them to allow access to unaccessible deeded land or public land across deeded, and for participation in the program. And so I just think there's a whole lot here to unpack, and this probably isn't the mechanism to do it in.
Do you want to comment on that, sir?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, I don't disagree with what you just said.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Okay, committee. Any further discussion on Romanet 6? Question's been called. All those in favor of amendments in Romanet 6, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Sounds like the motion failed. Okay, last one. Sunset date, June 2031. Is there a motion for that amendment? Senator Pearson. Second by, go ahead and move the motion and we'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move number 7, I guess it would be, VII with a sunset date of June 2031.
Is there a second? Representative Johnson seconds. Discussion. Question's been called. Pepper, did you have a question? You start raising your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we looking to sunset it just so that we can revisit it, or just quick answer?
Sure. Quick answer, Senator Pearson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Ottman, yes, so I want to see how this works. I want to get public input. I want to, and we put a sunset date of June 2031 so that We're not in the middle of a budget session again to look at this, so we would look at this maybe in January or February of 2031 again and see if everything is working okay. And we can decide whether to either let it sunset in June 2031 or let this program proceed. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I apologize to Representative Ottman. I called you Pepper earlier. I was too casual. Okay, question's been called. All those in favor of Romanet 7 sunset date June 2031, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Break for lunch. What do you want? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks, Senator Craig. I thought we were done. Getting anxious too. Okay, we're back on the bill. We've made quite a few amendments. Any other amendments anybody has? Seeing none. Discussion on the bill. Senator Love.
Chairman, through you. I like the spirit in which this is brought forward. I like the idea. I think there's a great management tool somewhere in the mix, but I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we've accomplished the management requirements and the public and ownership benefits that are going to be required for everybody to get along with this. So that's my concern with the bill at this time.
Any other comments? We've got Representative Schmidt online. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr.
Got your
Chairman.
mute button off?
I do have my mute button off. Thank you for that. I beat you to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listen, both of these bills, they're difficult for me because I have family in the ranching business. I run a ranch myself for over 20 years. And I've said this before in different meetings, this program is broken. And I don't see either one of these bills doing anything but causing more confusion and more problems down the road. It's just another Band-Aid that the Game and Fish is going to end up managing. And somebody else down the road is going to be in the same discussion. So for those reasons, I'm going to be against this bill. I think all it's going to end up doing is if we pass this kind of stuff, is it's going to put everybody back in idle mode, and we're going to be right back here in a few years. So I would like to, I kind of go along with Senator Love. We got to find some common ground here and put an end to this where it benefits both the public and the landowners. Landowners deserve a lot of recognition. I know the kind of work they put into the habitat for wildlife across this state. So all these bills are doing is just another Band-Aid job that the Game and Fish is going to get stuck with and somebody else is going to have to deal with down the roads. For those reasons, I'll be against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would think that we need to pass this bill. This is not the end of this bill, but it keeps it alive and it will be worked on in committee during session. And I think just to stop it right now, we've got a lot of work into it. And I would like to see it worked on later in other committees during session. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Representative Johnson. We put a lot of work into this. I don't want to see it die. I want the conversation to continue. I want to continue to try to help ag in Wyoming. And just sweeping this under the rug once again for another year or another 5 years or whatever, it's not coming to a solution. And we as a committee and we as legislators should be trying to come up with a solution and stop stalling this. And have the conversation with all of the entities involved and try to figure out something for our landowners. So I ask you to vote for this and let's keep working on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard today that ranchers aren't getting enough for compensation, and there's no doubt that they're negatively impacted by tariffs, buyout of Argentina's beef, inflation, et cetera. There's a lot of things that are impacting ranching and agriculture. And maybe these are problems the legislature should tackle, or maybe the federal government should be more careful in how they impact our ag industry. But regardless, that still doesn't mean that the way that we pay for damages is to allow for the sale of our wildlife. In fact, this method doesn't even help some of the ranchers that are going to be in need, given that tags are a draw process, not a grant process. So this isn't going to necessarily save ag. It might help some, it might not. It's picking winners and losers. So I still think, committee, that this is not an appropriate committee for this legislation for reasons that I stated earlier. But in addition, this looks like self-serving legislation to have a committee where roughly half the members are going to or can financially benefit from this legislation. I have a problem with that. Some of the testament of this comes from comments and amendments from the committee saying that we need to save ranchers, that we should use wildlife and hunting tags as subsidies to keep them afloat because the free market isn't able to keep them afloat itself. And my heart goes out to ranchers. My heart goes out to when people are struggling. It truly does. But I think that there's some self-serving happening here. I think there's some conflicts. And I'm ready to come back to this committee to talk about the other compensation programs for our landowners. I am. But I'm not willing to sell Wyoming's wildlife and our heritage, our hunting heritage, for that subsidy.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am in favor of this bill, primarily because of a lot of the reasons that were just stated. We've seen that this would primarily, usually, go to the wildlife, game and fish kind of committee. And this part of our society and our heritage has not been represented. So what I will say is that we have people here that are losing money as we speak. They're losing their ranches, they're losing their income, and they're getting frustrated with nobody to help. There needs to be that conversation with the department, and I believe that anytime I've approached them, they've been more than eager to help. But we have to do something, and I believe that this bill is a step in the right direction. As far as being self-serving, we see that in a lot of venues. There's a lot of people that are fighting for their interests, and I believe that it's time that we give a voice to the agricultural community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wasn't going to say anything, but so I'm one of these people. There's lots of us on this committee that would benefit from this bill passing. I'm actually in favor of the idea. I am not in favor of this bill. Okay? There's a difference between bringing a bill so that you can say you're fighting and bringing a bill that has a chance of passing. We are going into a budget session where it requires 2/3 to even get to a committee. This bill will not get 2/3 in either chamber as currently written. There's just too many holes in it. I'm in favor of the idea. I'm not in favor of the bill. I said earlier why I felt like TRW was the proper committee for this. I'm one of the ranchers that will be affected by this. I'm in favor of it. But I think if we're going to get a bill that has a chance of passing the legislature and being signed by the chief executive, we have to find a place where we can cooperate with all of the sportsmen. It can't just be us on a one-sided conversation. And I'm not saying that's what we did or what we attempted to do. I think all of us have tried to have that conversation. But I think if we're going to get something through the legislature, it's got to be more cooperative than what we've done here and what is in this particular bill draft. And so as we move forward, I'll be one of the people that's trying to find that middle ground, trying to find a place where we can get to, because I also agree our landowners are footing the bill for a lot of the wildlife. And I think most of us agree with that. I think even the sportsmen agree that that's happening and they see the benefit to our landowners. But what I don't want to do is create an additional wedge between us and the sportsmen by bringing a bill that has no chance of passing and is only going to increase the rhetoric. I would prefer we go back to the drawing board. Let's get a bill, let's get to a spot where maybe we don't agree on 100%, but we agree on 80 to 90%, and we can fight about that 10 to 20% where we don't agree. But if we just bring this bill, it's not gonna pass, and we're gonna create ill will, in my opinion. So I'll be a no, but I am willing to work on the idea. I applaud Senator Pearson for bringing this forward and fighting for what she believes her constituency wants. There's a certain element of my constituents that would appreciate this too, but we also have a huge amount of our constituency that will not. And so we have to have that conversation with them as well. And so that's why I'm a no. Just want you all to know why. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Crago. Anybody else? You know, I might, oh, go ahead. Representative Schmidt, you have your hand up?
Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I forgot to drop my hand.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, committee, I've got one comment here. I might as well give my 2 cents. This is a hot potato. It's nobody wants to take it on. Again, is to Senator Crago's comments. I applaud the bringer here because nobody wants to deal with it, and I think we need to deal with it. This may not be the perfect bill, but you know, it starts the conversation that nobody else wants to have, and we got to do the heavy lifting as a legislature. So it is going to be a heavy lift in a budget session, but I'm in favor of moving it forward to keep the conversation going. I just don't want it to end because I think both sides have good arguments, and if we let it die here, it's just kicking the can down the road. So anyway, those are my 2 cents, and we'll proceed to vote. Roll call.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote to sponsor 26 LSO 0212 landowner hunting licenses requirements as amended. Senator Crago? No. Senator Love?
No.
Senator McEwen is excused. Senator Pearson?
Aye.
Representative Banks?
Aye.
Representative Davis?
No.
Representative Eklund is excused. Representative Johnson?
Aye.
Representative Ottman?
Aye.
Representative Provenza?
No.
Representative Schmid?
No.
Representative Strzok?
Aye.
Co-Chairman Winter?
Aye.
Chairman Ide.
Aye.
That is 7 aye, 5 no, and 2 excused.
Okay, committee, I guess 26 LSO 212 has passed the committee. Time for lunch. Everybody in the gallery, just to let you know, I don't know, committee, what, is an hour good enough? So we'll reconvene at, it's 1:45 right now. We'll reconvene at 2:45. 1:45, you're right. Yeah, sorry about that. We'll get done quick that way.